It's going to be a long video, so get yourself comfortable. But I suppose all of the videos are long on this channel. Well, without further ado, let's begin. First, a brief introduction. What are the Punic Wars? The Punic Wars were a sequence of conflicts spanning from 264 to 146 BC, pitting Rome against Carthage. These wars encompassed three major engagements across the western Mediterranean, comprising extensive land and naval battles over a period of 43 years. Additionally, the uprising against Carthage, lasting 4 years starting in 241, is often regarded as part of the broader context of the wars. These conflicts resulted in significant casualties and material losses for both Rome and Carthage. So how did it all begin? Well, let's go right back to the start, to the prelude to the conflicts. The Roman Republic had been aggressively expanding its territory in southern Italy for around a century before the outbreak of the First Punic War. By 270 BC, Rome had conquered the southern Italian peninsula up to the Arno River, following its victory in the Pyrrhic War against the Greek cities of Magna Graecia. Meanwhile, Carthage, centered in present-day Tunisia, had established firm dominance over southern Iberia, coastal North Africa, the Balearic Islands, Corsica, Sardinia, and the western part of Sicily, exerting maritime control over all of these regions. Starting from 480 BC, Carthage engaged in a series of inconclusive conflicts against the Greek city-states of Sicily, particularly Syracuse. By 264, Carthage had emerged as the dominant power on the island, while both Carthage and Rome were the leading forces in the western Mediterranean. Despite occasional tensions, the two states had maintained more or less friendly relations with each other, formalizing their alliances in 509 BC, 348, and around 279. They also fostered strong commercial ties, being the two largest powers in the area. During the Pyrrhic War of 280 to 275, Carthage had provided support to Rome against King Pyrrhus of Epirus, who challenged Rome in Italy and Carthage in Sicily. However, Rome's expansionist policies in southern Italy clashed with Carthage's proprietary interests in the region. This conflicting approach to territorial control led to tensions between the two powers, and ultimately led to war in 264 BC. The immediate trigger for this conflict was the dispute over control of the independent Sicilian city-state of Messana, known in our modern day as Messina. In 264, hostilities erupted between Carthage and Rome, marking the beginning of the First Punic War. So just to quickly recap, it was more of a dispute about territories, and the control of the city-state Messana. An agreement could not be struck between the two powers, thus providing a pretext to the conflict. So first, let's understand how the armies were composed. In the Roman army, most male citizens were obligated to serve as infantry, with a minority contributing to the cavalry component. Typically, Roman legions comprised around 4,200 infantry and 300 cavalry. A portion of the infantry served as javelin-armed skirmishers called velites, while the remainder formed heavy infantry, equipped with body armor, shields, and short swords. Legionaries were organized into 3 ranks, with the front rank also carrying javelins. Usually they would throw their javelin first, then meet a frontal assault with their short swords. The Roman military hierarchy included consuls, who led armies during wartime, and allied legions often supplemented Roman forces with additional cavalry. In contrast, Carthaginian citizens served in the army only in times of direct threat to Carthage itself. Carthaginian armies relied heavily on foreign recruits, including close-order infantry, javelin-armed skirmishers, shock cavalry, and light cavalry from North Africa, Iberia, and Gaul. Of course, we couldn't go past Carthage without mentioning that war elephants were also employed, sourced from indigenous African forests. Garrison duty and land blockades were common operations, and surprise attacks and ambushes were frequently employed during campaigns. Formal battles were preceded by days or weeks of camping, with infantry typically positioned in the center and cavalry on the flanks. Many battles were decided by attacks on the flanks or rear, leading to partial or complete envelopment of one side's forces. And now for the naval structure. Quinquiremes, named for their 5 oarsmen configuration, were the backbone of both Roman and Carthaginian naval forces throughout the Punic Wars. This type of vessel was so prevalent that Polybius often referred to it as a generic term for warship. Each quinquireme boasted a crew of 300 individuals, including 280 oarsmen, 20 deck crew and officers. Additionally, it typically carried around 40 marines, although this number could swell to as many as 120 if there were an imminent battle. In 260 BC, the Romans embarked on constructing their fleet. Now, at the time, they weren't entirely sure how to construct a good warship, but they got rather lucky. Well, they were down at the coast one day, and they discovered a shipwrecked Carthaginian quinquireme. So they used that as a model. Now, however, due to their lack of shipbuilding experience, well, the creation of vessels were heavier than those of Carthage, and this of course resulted in slower and less maneuverable ships. Not a good problem to have. Achieving coordination among the oarsmen for unified rowing and complex battle maneuvers demanded extensive and vigorous training. At least half of the oarsmen needed prior experience for effective ship handling. Consequently, the Romans faced initial disadvantages against the more seasoned Carthaginians. To address this, they introduced the corvus, a 1.2-meter wide and 11-meter long bridge with a heavy spike underneath. This innovation enabled Roman legionaries serving as marines to board enemy ships and capture them, diverging from the conventional tactic of simply ramming into the ship and hopefully breaking it in half. Speaking of rams, during the Punic Wars, all warships were outfitted with them, featuring a triple set of 60-centimeter wide bronze blades, which weighed up to 270 kilograms, strategically positioned at the waterline. In the century preceding these wars, boarding tactics had become prevalent, while ramming had somewhat declined. This shift had occurred as larger and heavier vessels, prevalent during this period, lacked the necessary speed and maneuverability to make ramming an effective option. Additionally, their sturdier construction reduced the impact of a ram attack, even if it managed to be successful. The Roman innovation of the corvus continued this trend, compensating for their initial deficiency in ship maneuvering skills. However, the corvus' additional weight in the prow compromised both the ship's maneuverability and its seaworthiness. Moreover, in rough sea conditions, the corvus became impractical, leading the Romans to discontinue its use midway through the First Punic War. So, onto the war itself. Much of the First Punic War unfolded on, or at least near, the waters of Sicily. The island's hilly and rugged terrain made maneuvering large forces somewhat challenging, favoring defensive strategies. Land operations primarily involved raids, sieges, and interdiction, with only 2 full-scale pitched battles occurring during the 23-year conflict on Sicily. The war commenced with the Romans establishing a foothold at Messana in 264. They coerced Syracuse, the island's major independent power, into an alliance and besieged Carthage's primary base at Acragas on the south coast. In 262 BC, a Carthaginian force attempted to lift the siege, but suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of Acragas. Subsequently, the Romans quickly captured the city, selling a large portion of its population into slavery. I'm sure they were thrilled about that. Following this victory, the land war on Sicily reached a stalemate, as the Carthaginians concentrated on defending their fortified towns and cities along the coast. This defensive posture allowed them to be supplied and reinforced without significant interference from the Romans. Consequently, the focus shifted to naval warfare, an area where the Romans at this time lacked experience. However, they rapidly built a navy to challenge Carthage's maritime dominance. Utilizing innovations like the aforementioned corvus, the Romans secured a significant victory at the Battle of Mylae in 260. Subsequent engagements included the seizure of a Carthaginian base in Corsica, although an attempted assault on Sardinia was repelled. Exploiting these naval victories, the Romans launched an invasion on North Africa in 256, intercepted by the Carthaginians at the Battle of Cape Ecnomus off Sicily's southern coast. Despite the Carthaginians' superior seamanship, the Romans gained an advantage with the corvus, turning the battle into a chaotic melee. Of course, the Carthaginians were thinking at this time, well, if we can just fight them on the sea, we'll mop the floor with them. Well, they didn't think they would be standing on the decks of their very ships fighting the Romans, sword to sword, shield to shield. Did not work out as planned. The Carthaginians suffered another defeat, possibly the largest naval battle in history in terms of combatants involved. Following this, the Carthaginians initially sought peace in 255, but after the terms were way too one-sided, they decided they had no choice but continue to resist. However, the Battle of Tunis in the spring of 255, a combined Carthaginian force under Xanthippus, a Spartan mercenary, managed to crush the Romans. The Romans, attempting to evacuate their survivors, faced further defeat at the Battle of Cape Hermaeum, as their fleet was heavily routed. Moreover, a storm devastated the return Roman fleet to Italy, resulting in significant losses, possibly exacerbated by the unseaworthy nature of their ships due to putting all of their effort into the corvus rather than the ships themselves. Now, despite all of these setbacks, neither side could really secure a decisive advantage. Therefore, the war persisted, marked by numerous battles and sieges, including the recapture and subsequent destruction of Acragas by the Carthaginians in 255. However, the Romans rapidly rebuilt their fleet and captured Panormus, modern-day Palermo, in 254. Over the following years, both sides engaged in skirmishes and strategic maneuvers across Sicily, with the Romans gradually gaining control of the island. In 250 BC, the Romans confronted the Carthaginians at Panormus, effectively countering their use of war elephants and achieving victory. As the Romans continued to advance, they besieged Lilybaeum and Drepana, the last Carthaginian strongholds remaining in Sicily. Despite facing intense resistance, including a defeat at the Battle of Drepana, the Romans persisted in their siege of Lilybaeum for 9 years. The turning point had to eventually come, and it did, in 243, when the Romans, financially strained yet very determined, rebuilt their fleet and blockaded Carthaginian garrisons. Carthage attempted to relieve their troops, but suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of the Agates Islands in 241. This victory was the final straw, and it forced Carthage to negotiate for peace, somewhat reluctantly, resulting in the Treaty of Lutatius. Carthage was forced to pay reparations, and Sicily was annexed, becoming a Roman province. Well, of course, this was the final nail in the coffin for the First Punic War. Polybius described it as one of the longest, most fiercely contested wars in history, cementing Rome's dominance in the western Mediterranean and laying the foundation for its maritime power for centuries to come. But, of course, war never changes, and it never ends. The Mercenary or Truceless War erupted a few years later in 241 over a dispute regarding the payment of wages owed to 20,000 foreign soldiers who had fought for Carthage during the First Punic Wars. It seems that Carthage had neglected to pay its bills. Led by Spendius and Matho, the mutiny escalated into a full-scale rebellion, attracting 70,000 Africans from Carthage's dependent territories, who provided support and resources. Well, initially, Carthage struggled in the face of the rebellion, particularly under the leadership of General Hanno. Well, it couldn't all be bad luck for the Carthaginians. Things had to turn around, right? Well, they did, with Hamilcar Barca, the father of a very famous character in this story, which we'll get to somewhat later. In 240 BC, he was a seasoned veteran of the Sicilian campaigns, and he assumed joint command of the Carthaginian army, and later supreme command in 239. Well, his first job, and indeed a tall order, was crushing this rebellion. Employing a combination of military strategy and leniency, Hamilcar attempted to quell the rebellion. However, after Spendius brutally tortured 700 Carthaginian prisoners to death, the conflict intensified with unprecedented ferocity. That whole strategy of leniency, well, they weren't doing that anymore. Despite initial setbacks, by early 237, Carthage had regained control over the rebel-held cities. An expedition was organized to retake Sardinia, where mutinous soldiers had massacred all of the Carthaginians. However, the Roman Senate viewed this as an act of aggression and demanded Carthage cede Sardinia and Corsica, along with paying a hefty fine, of course. Weakened by 3 decades of war, Carthage reluctantly agreed to avoid further conflict with Rome. This episode, characterized by Roman opportunism and disregard for existing treaties, of course sowed deep resentment in Carthage. the breach of the treaty signed just years earlier became a significant grievance, ultimately leading to renewed hostilities in 218, with the outbreak of the Second Punic War. It seems very obvious that Rome's actions were somewhat unjust, and the key factor in this resurgence of conflict with Carthage. You must feel sorry for them a little bit. Well, after quelling the rebellion, Hamilcar Barca recognized the urgent need for Carthage to bolster its economic and military capabilities in preparation for future conflicts with Rome. He knew that it was coming. Following the First Punic War, Carthaginian territories in Iberia were limited to a few prosperous coastal cities in the south. In 237, Hamilcar led the Carthaginian army to Iberia, where he established a quasi-monarchical, autonomous state in the southeast of the region. This move provided Carthage with access to valuable silver mines, agricultural resources, manpower, military infrastructure such as shipyards, and territorial depth, positioning it to confront Rome with a much greater confidence. Hamilcar governed this new territory as viceroy until his death, after which his son-in-law Hasdrubal assumed leadership in the early 220s, followed by his son Hannibal in 221, and I'm sure you've heard of him. In 226, the Ebro Treaty was negotiated with Rome, delineating the Ebro River as the northern boundary of Carthaginian influence. However, it wasn't all fun and games. Tensions escalated when Rome entered into a separate agreement with the city of Saguntum, located south of the Ebro River, sometime within the following 6 years. This move by Rome undermined the terms of the Ebro Treaty and contributed to the escalating conflict between Carthage and Rome, which ultimately culminated in the outbreak of the Second Punic War. In 219, Hannibal led a Carthaginian army to besiege, capture, and sack the city of Saguntum, an act that directly violated the terms of the already broken Ebro Treaty and prompted Rome to declare war on Carthage in the spring of 218. This declaration marked the beginning of the Second Punic War in official status. The war unfolded across 3 primary theaters. The first being Italy, which saw Hannibal's audacious campaign, during which he repeatedly defeated the Roman legions in a series of battles, showcasing his tactical genius and strategic acumen, and also giving the Romans nightmares for some generations after. While Hannibal's main focus was on Italy, there was also occasional subsidiary campaigns in regions such as Sicily, Sardinia, and Greece. In Iberia, modern-day Spain, Hannibal's younger brother Hasdrubal defended Carthaginian colonial cities against Roman incursions. Hasdrubal's efforts met with mixed success until he eventually decided to move his forces into Italy to reinforce Hannibal. The decisive phase of the war took place in Africa, where Rome sought to confront Carthage directly. It was in this theatre that the fate of the conflict would ultimately be decided. These three theatres formed the backdrop for a protracted and brutal struggle between Rome and Carthage, each vying for supremacy in the Mediterranean world. 218 BC. Hannibal crosses the Alps. Well, in 218 BC, several significant events unfolded across different regions, setting the stage for an escalating conflict. Naval skirmishes occurred around Sicily, with the Romans successfully repelling a Carthaginian attack and seizing control of the island of Malta. Meanwhile, major Gallic tribes launched attacks on Roman colonies in Cisalpine Gaul, prompting Roman settlers to seek refuge in the established colony of Mutina, modern-day Modena. The settlers were besieged there, leading to a Roman relief force breaking through the siege, but subsequently getting ambushed and besieged themselves. The Roman army, designated for a campaign in Iberia, had one Roman and one allied legion detached from it to deal with the situation in northern Italy. The delay in raising fresh troops for this campaign postponed the army's departure until September. Meanwhile, Hannibal assembled a Carthaginian army in New Carthage, modern-day Cartagena, in Iberia, and embarked on a daring march northward along the coast. He crossed the Rhone River and defeated local Gauls who attempted to obstruct his path. They did not get very far. Despite Roman efforts to intercept him, Hannibal managed to evade them and continued his advance into Gaul. By late autumn, Hannibal's forces reached the Alps, where they encountered harsh weather, treacherous terrain, and more resistance from native tribes. Now, despite these challenges, Hannibal successfully crossed the Alps in only 15 days, arriving in northern Italy with a formidable army that included infantry, cavalry, and a comparatively small number of surviving elephants from his previous Iberian campaign. It is indeed hard to get elephants across the snowy mountains. Hannibal's unexpected arrival in northern Italy caught the Romans quite off guard and forced them to abandon their planned invasion of Africa for the year, redirecting their focus to confronting the Carthaginian threat that was now on their very doorstep. In the late November of 218, the Carthaginian cavalry routed the Roman cavalry and light infantry at the Battle of Ticinus, following which most of the Gallic tribes declared support for Hannibal's cause. I think they probably wanted to be on the winning side. This, of course, bolstered Hannibal's army to a formidable force of 37,000 men. Subsequently, a large Roman army was drawn into battle by Hannibal at the Trebia, where it suffered a devastating defeat. Hannibal's victory led to a surge in Gauls joining his ranks. They just kept on coming. Perhaps even in these early days, the Romans had left quite a bitter taste in the mouth of the Gauls. To block Hannibal's advance into central Italy, the Romans stationed armies at strategic locations, including Arretium and the Adriatic coast. However, in early spring of 217, Hannibal managed to cross the Apennines unopposed and drew the Roman army under Gaius Flaminius into an ambush at Lake Trasimene. In this battle, he inflicted a severe blow to the Romans, killing thousands, capturing many more, including the consul himself, Gaius Flaminius. Well, there was quite an uproar in the Senate about this. How dare they defeat us? We're meant to be the ones who win the battles. So following these defeats, the Romans decided to appoint Quintus Fabius as a dictator, entrusting him with the war effort. Fabius adopted a cautious strategy, known as the Fabian strategy, which involved avoiding direct confrontation with Hannibal's forces and instead engaging in small-scale skirmishes. Despite criticism from some quarters, Fabius persisted with this approach, aiming to wear down Hannibal's forces over time. In the subsequent elections of 216, Gaius Varro and Lucius Paulus, more aggressive-minded leaders, were elected as the new consuls. The Roman Senate authorized the raising of a massive army of 86,000 men, the largest in Roman history up to that point, certainly dealing with a national crisis. Paulus and Varro marched southward to confront Hannibal, leading to the fateful encounter at Cannae. And fateful indeed it was, but not for the Carthaginians. At the Battle of Cannae, despite initially breaking through Hannibal's center, the Roman legions found themselves surrounded as Hannibal's forces executed a brilliant maneuver. The Carthaginian cavalry, led by Hasdrubal, sealed the Roman fate by attacking their flanks and rear. They were completely surrounded, and they were all killed. They suffered catastrophic losses, and those who weren't killed were captured. All in all, it's estimated to be about 67,000. Very difficult to come back from that. Cannae marked a significant turning point in the war, widely regarded as Rome's greatest military disaster. And it left the city of Rome itself very vulnerable, with subsequent defeats further weakening its position. People were starting to get a little nervous. Fabius, recognized for his cautious strategy, was re-elected consul in the following years as Rome struggled to recover from the devastating losses suffered at Cannae and other battles. After the Battle of Cannae, Polybius's account of Hannibal's army in Italy becomes sparse, and Livy emerges as the primary surviving source for this phase of the war. Southern Italy witnessed a series of alliances and betrayals, with several city-states siding with Hannibal or falling to pro-Carthaginian factions. Notable among these were Capua and Tarentum, along with two major Samnite tribes. By 214, much of southern Italy had turned against Rome, although some exceptions did exist, and central Italy's majority remained loyal. The formidable fortifications of most cities made direct assaults impractical, and blockade, particularly of port cities, often proved futile. Carthage's new allies lacked a strong sense of unity with Carthage or each other, adding to Hannibal's challenges in defending various fronts. In 215, the port city of Locre's defection to Carthage provided a significant boost to Hannibal's forces, marking the only instance during the war that Carthage reinforced him directly. Another intended reinforcement under Hannibal's brother Mago was diverted to Iberia following Carthaginian setbacks there. Meanwhile, Rome resorted to drastic measures to bolster its legions, including enlisting slaves, criminals, and individuals not meeting the usual property qualifications. By 213, Rome had fielded over 22 legions, totaling over 100,000 men, supplemented by allied troops. Although unable to engage Hannibal in open battle with such forces, Rome's numbers forced him to concentrate his troops, limiting his movements. Over the next 12 years, post-Cannae, the war in southern Italy oscillated as cities shifted allegiances or fell to subterfuge, with the Romans retaking them through sieges or by manipulating the pro-Roman factions within. Despite Hannibal's repeated victories, Roman threats and successes in various regions gradually confined him to the extreme south by 207, leading to the return of several cities and territories to Roman control. In 216, Macedonian King Philip V pledged his support to Hannibal, triggering the First Macedonian War against Rome in the following year. Rome countered this threat by allying with the Aetolian League, a coalition of Greek city-states already at odds with Macedonia. By 205, however, this conflict was resolved through a negotiated peace. A rebellion in favor of Carthage erupted on Sardinia in 213 BC, but was swiftly quelled by the Roman garrison within. Until 215, Sicily remained firmly under Roman control, impeding Hannibal's access to sea reinforcement and resupply from Carthage. However, Hiero II, Syracuse's long-standing tyrant and a staunch Roman ally, died that year. His successor, Hieronymus, discontented with his position, brokered a treaty with Hannibal, defecting Syracuse to Carthage in exchange for control over all of Sicily. Roman forces led by Claudius Marcellus besieged Syracuse in the spring of 213. This siege was notable for Archimedes' ingenious war machines countering traditional Roman siege attacks. Bit of a Revenge of the Nerds scenario going on in Syracuse. In 213 BC, a significant Carthaginian force led by Himilco was dispatched to relieve Syracuse. It captured several Roman garrison towns on Sicily, expelling or massacring many Roman garrisons. However, in spring 212 BC, the Romans launched a surprise night assault on Syracuse, capturing several city districts. Plagued by disease, the Carthaginian army failed to resupply Syracuse, leading to its fall that autumn, with Archimedes unfortunately killed during the conflict. Carthage sent additional reinforcements to Sicily in 211, mounting an offensive. In response, a fresh Roman army attacked Agrigentum, the main Carthaginian stronghold on the island, in 210. The city was betrayed to the Romans by a dissatisfied Carthaginian officer. Subsequently, remaining Carthaginian-held towns either surrendered or fell through force or betrayal, securing Sicily's grain supply to Rome and its armies. In the spring of 207, Hasdrubal Barca mirrored his brother's feat by leading an army of over 35,000 men across the Alps into Italy with the intention of joining forces with Hannibal. However, Hannibal was unaware of his brother's presence. The Romans facing Hannibal deceived him into believing that their entire army remained in camp, while a significant portion marched north under the consul Claudius Nero to reinforce the Romans facing Hasdrubal, commanded by the other consul, Marcus Salinator. The combined Roman force engaged Hasdrubal at the Battle of Metaurus and decisively defeated him, resulting in the death of Hasdrubal. This battle solidified Roman dominance in Italy and marked the end of their Fabian strategy. In 205, Mago landed in Genoa, in northwest Italy, with the remnants of his Iberian army, reinforced by Gallic and Ligurian allies. Hannibal's inconclusive Battle of Crotona in 204, in the far south of the peninsula, coincided with Mago's arrival. Mago then led his reinforced armies towards the lands of Carthage's primary Gallic allies in the Po Valley, but was halted by a large Roman army and defeated at the Battle of Insubria in 203. Publius Cornelius Scipio invaded the Carthaginian homeland in 204, winning 2 major battles and gaining the allegiance of the Numidian kingdoms of North Africa. In response, Hannibal and the remnants of his army were recalled from Italy. They sailed from Croton and landed at Carthage with 15,000 to 20,000 experienced veterans. Mago was also recalled, although he died of wounds during the voyage. In the end, 12,000 of his troops reached Carthage. In Iberia, the Roman fleet disembarked its army in the northeast in 218 BC, gaining support among the local tribes. A Carthaginian attack in late 218 was repelled at the Battle of Caesar. Subsequent engagements, including the Battle of the Ebro River in 217, saw Roman victories that hindered Carthaginian reinforcement efforts from Iberia to Italy. Hasdrubal, Hannibal's brother and the Carthaginian commander in Iberia, suffered defeat at Dertosa in 215. The Romans capitalized on defections of local Celtiberian tribes over to their side. They captured Saguntum in 212 and hired 20,000 Celtiberian mercenaries in 211. Later on, in 209, Publius Cornelius Scipio captured Carthago Nova, the center of Carthaginian power in Iberia, liberating hostages and securing a vast treasure, despite subsequent resistance from some liberated tribes. In the spring of the following year, 208, Hasdrubal moved to confront Scipio at the Battle of Baicolla. Although the Carthaginians were defeated, Hasdrubal managed to withdraw the majority of his army, preventing any Roman pursuit, with most losses among his Iberian allies. Hasdrubal then led his depleted army through the western passes of the Pyrenees into Gaul. In 207, after recruiting heavily in Gaul, Hasdrubal attempted to cross the Alps into Italy to join his brother, but was defeated before he could do. At the Battle of Ilipa in 206, Scipio, commanding 48,000 men, half Italian, half Iberian, defeated a Carthaginian army of 54,000 men and 32 elephants, sealing the Carthaginian fate in Iberia. Gades, the last Carthaginian city held in Iberia, defected to the Romans. Later that year, a mutiny erupted among Roman troops, with support from some Iberian leaders disappointed that Roman forces remained in the peninsula. However, Scipio effectively quelled the mutiny. In 205, Mago attempted to recapture New Carthage amid another mutiny and an Iberian uprising, but he was repulsed, prompting him to leave Iberia for Cisalpine Gaul with his remaining forces. Carthage managed to recruit at least 4,000 mercenaries from Iberia in 203, despite nominal Roman control. In North Africa, Syphax, a powerful Numidian king, initially declared for Rome in 213 BC, prompting Carthage to send advisors to train his soldiers. However, in 206, Carthage ended this drain on its resources by dividing several Numidian kingdoms with Syphax. Massinissa, a disinherited Numidian prince, returned to Rome for support. Publius Scipio, commanding legions in Sicily, embarked on a plan to end the war with an invasion of Africa in 204. After landing in Africa, Scipio defeated two large Carthaginian armies and, with the help of Massinissa, captured Syphax. Hannibal was then recalled from Italy, and a decisive battle ensued at Zama in October of 202. The resulting peace treaty, dictated by Rome, stripped Carthage of its overseas territories, imposed an indemnity, and restricted its military capabilities, establishing Rome's political dominance over Carthage. Scipio was celebrated with a triumph and bestowed the agnomen Africanus. The war's pressures led to the Romans developing an effective logistical system setting the stage for future overseas conquests. Well, what happened after the war? Well, after the war, Massinissa emerged as the dominant ruler among the Numidians, leveraging Carthage's weakened state to expand his influence. Over the next 48 years, he repeatedly capitalized on Carthage's inability to protect its own territories. Despite Carthage's pleas to Rome for assistance, or at least permission to take military action, Rome consistently supported Massinissa, denying Carthage any recourse. Massinissa's raids into Carthaginian territory therefore became bolder and a lot more frequent, effectively having a green light from the Romans. In 151, Carthage, in defiance of the treaty, mustered an army and launched a counterattack against the Numidians. However, the campaign ended disastrously for Carthage, culminating in the surrender of its army. And although Carthage had managed to pay off its indemnity and was experiencing economic prosperity, it posed no military threat to Rome. Nevertheless, certain factions within the Roman Senate harbored long-standing ambitions to obliterate Carthage for good. The breach of the treaty served as a pretext for these elements, and in 149, once again, war was declared against Carthage. A Roman army of around 50,000 soldiers, under the joint command of both consuls, landed near Utica, situated about 35 kilometers north of Carthage. Rome issued an ultimatum, demanding that Carthage surrender all of its weapons and military equipment to avoid war. Carthage complied, delivering vast quantities of armament, including 200,000 sets of armor, 2,000 catapults, and numerous warships. Well, the Romans thought that wasn't quite good enough. Then they insisted that Carthage destroy its own city and relocate at least 16 kilometers inland from the coast. Well, in response to this, the Carthaginians were a little bit upset. They then terminated the negotiations and began rebuilding their arsenal. In addition to defending the walls of Carthage, the Carthaginians organized a field army under Hasdrubal the Boetharch, stationed approximately 25 kilometers, 16 miles to the south. The Roman army attempted to besiege Carthage, but the city's formidable walls and determined citizen militia thwarted their efforts. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians launched effective counterattacks, raiding Roman supply lines. In 148, Carthaginian fire ships destroyed numerous Roman vessels, causing significant setbacks for the besiegers. Compounding their difficulties, the main Roman camp was situated in a swamp, leading to outbreaks of disease during the summer. Consequently, the Romans relocated their camp and ships farther away, transitioning from a close siege to a more distant blockade. As the war persisted into 147, Scipio Aemilianus, an adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus, who had demonstrated exceptional leadership, was elected to consul and assumed command. Despite vigorous Carthaginian resistance, including the construction of warships and naval engagements, the Romans intensified their efforts. In an assault on the walls, the Romans breached the city, but subsequently withdrew. Hasdrubal, getting a little desperate at this point and seeking to bolster the Carthaginian resolve, gruesomely executed Roman prisoners on the walls, eliminating any possibility of negotiation. In response to dissent with the city council, Hasdrubal ruthlessly silenced opposition and seized control completely. Scipio then implemented a close blockade and constructed a mole to cut off sea access. In the spring of 146 BC, the Roman army secured a foothold near the harbor fortifications. Scipio orchestrated a decisive assault, swiftly capturing the city's main square and systematically advancing through the residential area. After 6 days of intense fighting, during which the Romans encountered fierce resistance, they finally subdued the city. The last defenders, including Roman deserters fighting for Carthage, took refuge in the temple of Eshmon and perished in the flames. The Roman victory resulted in the enslavement of 50,000 Carthaginian prisoners, marking not only the end of the war, but the end of Carthage. Despite the popular belief, there is not much historical evidence to support the notions that the Romans salted the city's fields. This myth was debunked some years ago by scholars. The remaining Carthaginian territories were absorbed into the Roman Republic and reorganized to form the Roman province of Africa, with Utica established as its capital. This new province played a crucial role as a significant source of grain and other agricultural products for the expanding Roman Empire. Many prominent Punic cities, including those in Mauritania, came under direct Roman control, although they were allowed to maintain their traditional Punic administrative structures. About a century later, Julius Caesar oversaw the rebuilding of Carthage, but this time as a Roman city. Over time, Carthage flourished and grew into one of the principal urban centers of Roman Africa during the heyday of the Roman Empire. Today, Rome remains the capital city of Italy, while the ruins of Carthage can be found approximately 24 kilometers east of Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, along the North African coastline. Well, we've reached the end of our video on the Punic Wars. Thank you very much for joining me. What an adventure. I feel a little sorry for the Carthaginians, don't you? Very mean trick for the Romans to demand they hand over everything, all of their weapons and catapults and everything else, and then tell them to simply destroy their own city. A very mean trick indeed. The Peloponnesian War, a titanic struggle that unfolded over 27 years, from 431 to 404 BCE, stands as a defining episode in ancient Greek history. The monumental conflict pitted Athens, the preeminent naval power and beacon of democracy, against the might of Sparta, the unparalleled land force with its oligarchic government, each leading vast alliances that enveloped the Greek world in war. Beyond its military engagements, the war is indeed a clash of ideologies and ways of life, challenging the very foundations of what it means to be a Greek. Its scale and duration, involving nearly every Greek city-state at the time, and influencing the course of the entire Mediterranean region, further underscore the war's significance. Well, let's start right from the beginning. How did this all happen? Well, if we want to know that, we have to go all the way back to the Greco-Persian Wars. Well, we're briefly going to talk about them, but if you want to know in detail, then check out my video about the Persian Wars. The roots of the Peloponnesian War can be traced back to the aftermath of the Greco-Persian Wars, a series of conflicts that saw the Greek city-states unite together against the Persian Empire's encroachments. In the wake of these victories, Athens emerged as a formidable naval power, spearheading the formation of the Delian League, a coalition of city-states aimed at securing the Aegean Sea and deterring Persian aggression. However, Athens' leadership soon evolved into an imperial enterprise, with the city imposing its will on League members and using the collective resources to embellish itself and fortify its dominance in the Greek world. Meanwhile, Sparta, the dominant power on land, watched Athens' ascendancy with growing concern. The rivalry between Athens' democratic ideals and Sparta's strict oligarchic system mirrored the broader ideological divisions within Greece at the time, with city-states gravitating toward one camp or the other. This, of course, further polarized the Greek world. I suppose we can say there were two types of Greeks: pen Greeks and sword Greeks. I'm sure I don't need to tell you which one Sparta was. The establishment of the Peloponnesian League, which was led by Sparta, set the stage for a protracted conflict, as mutual suspicions and the competition for hegemony over the Greek peninsula continued to intensify. Tensions escalated further through a series of diplomatic and eventually military confrontations, notably the Corcyraean dispute and the Potidaea crisis, which saw Athens and Sparta supporting opposing factions. These incidents, exacerbated by Athens' aggressive policies, such as the Megarian Decree, which imposed economic sanctions on a Spartan ally, eroded the fragile peace that was established after the Persian Wars. The increasingly hostile environment, marked by sporadic skirmishes and proxy warfare, culminated in the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, a conflict that would test the limits of Greek unity and resilience, and of course, alter the course of history. Now, before we continue, before the Persian Wars, the Greeks were fighting amongst each other. Always had done so, all the way back to the Greek Dark Ages. Well, the Persian Wars provided a brief respite for the majority of Greek states who banded together to kick out the bigger threat from the outside. But it wasn't such a strange change of pace for them to simply go back to business as usual and war with themselves among other Greeks. Of course, Greece was not what we know it to be today, not a unified country under a single Hellenic culture, but of course a series of city-states, all with their own cultures and customs, that rarely saw eye to eye. The path to the Peloponnesian War was paved with a series of provocations, strategic miscalculations, and failed diplomatic efforts that underscored the deep-seated animosity that existed between Athens and Sparta. Central to the immediate causes of the conflict was the aforementioned Megarian decree, an Athenian embargo that banned Megara from the Athenian markets and ports. Now, Sparta saw this as a direct attack on their economic livelihood, and quite rightly so, as Megara was one of their largest trading partners. Imagine if somebody were to ban the United States from trading with Mexico, for example. Where would you get all of those lovely Mexican things from? Of course you would be devastated. Well, this is kind of how Spartan felt. Citation needed. Well, this Megarian decree, often viewed as an overextension of Athenian power, was not just an economic sanction, but a political maneuver aimed at isolating and weakening Sparta's position within the Greek world. Athens knew exactly what they were doing, and, using their politics, struck a blow that was mightier than any phalanx. The diplomatic landscape of the period was, of course, marked by intense maneuvering, with both Athens and Sparta seeking to consolidate alliances and assert their influence over the neutral city-states. The shifting alliances and series of provocations, including Athens' involvement in disputes that pitted Sparta against allies, members of the Delian League, heightened tensions, eventually to a breaking point. Well, efforts to resolve these disputes through diplomacy were repeatedly undermined by mutual distrust and the demands of hardliners on both sides, who saw war as the only means to definitively settle the struggle for supremacy. Some things never change. Have a look at our modern world. Say no more. The breakdown of peace efforts was epitomized by the failure of the so-called 30 Years' Peace, a treaty that intended to establish a lasting détente between the rival coalitions. Of course, it did not go as planned. The treaty's collapse, hastened by Athens' aggressive policies and Spartan fears of Athenian expansionism, led directly to the declaration of war. The final spark was the dispute over Potidæa, a Corinthian colony and fully fledged member of the Delian League, where Athenian intervention prompted a Spartan ultimatum. Athens' refusal to rescind the Megarian decree, despite Sparta asking them very nicely, coupled with its continued support for Potidæa, well, Sparta was left with no choice and called its allies into a war, marking the beginning of this conflict that would engulf the Greek world for over 2 decades. The first phase of the Peloponnesian War, known as the Archidamian War, after the Spartan king Archidamus II, was characterized by a series of invasions into Athenian territory and the latter's reliance on its naval strength. Sparta's strategy hinged on directly challenging Athens on land, hoping to bring it into a decisive battle that could exploit the Spartan superiority in hoplite warfare. Conversely, Athens, under the strategic guidance of Pericles, adopted a defensive stance, outright refusing to engage the Spartans in open battle, and instead using its naval power to raid the Peloponnesian coastline and interrupt the Spartan supply lines. This period saw Athens grappling with a devastating plague that swept through the city in 430, drastically reducing its population and straining its resources. Certainly did not help the situation. The plague, which ultimately claimed the life of Pericles among thousands of others, also had a profound impact on Athens, demoralizing its citizens and weakening its military capabilities. Despite this, Athens managed to achieve several strategic victories, maintaining its dominance at sea and securing vital grain supplies from its allies. The war's early years were also marked by significant battles, including the siege of Plataea by Spartan forces, and the Athenian naval victories at Pylos and Sphacteria, which resulted in the capture of Spartan hoplites. These victories, however, were not decisive enough to shift the balance of power, leading both sides to seek a respite from the conflict. The Peace of Nicias, named after the Athenian general who negotiated the treaty, ostensibly brought an end to hostilities in 421. The agreement, which called for the return of territories and prisoners of war, was fraught with issues and failed to address the underlying tensions between Athens and Sparta. It was a precarious peace, ultimately serving as a mere interlude in the protracted struggle for supremacy in the Greek world. The Peace of Nicias, brokered in 421, marked the precarious halt to the hostilities. Yet the peace was anything but stable. Neither side trusted the other, and it did not last for very long. It was against this backdrop of uneasy peace that Athens embarked on one of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous military campaigns in its history, the Sicilian Expedition. Urged on by the charismatic and ambitious Alcibiades, the Athenians set their sights on Sicily, envisioning a campaign that would extend their empire, secure vast new resources, and check Spartan influence in the western Mediterranean. The decision to invade Sicily, particularly the powerful city-state of Syracuse, was fueled by a combination of overconfidence, strategic miscalculation, and the allure of glory and wealth. In 415, Athens dispatched their massive fleet and army to Sicily, under the command of Alcibiades, Nicias, and Lamachus. The expedition was fraught from the outset. Shortly after their departure, Alcibiades was recalled to Athens to face charges of sacrilege. But instead of going there, he decided to turn coat and go over to Sparta, leading Nicias and Lamachus to lead the campaign. The Athenians underestimated the resolve and the resources of Syracuse and its allies, including Sparta, which sent aid to the Sicilian city. They knew what was coming. The siege of Syracuse turned into a protracted and bloody stalemate, with the Athenians suffering heavy losses and ultimately failing to secure a decisive victory. All in all, it was a complete waste of time, and this was affecting the soldiers' morale. The turning point came in 413, when a massive Spartan-led relief force arrived in Sicily. Things were already bad enough for the Athenians without the Spartans showing up to crash the party. In a series of fierce engagements, the Athenian forces were routed, their fleet destroyed, and the survivors, well, the ones that weren't taken prisoner, had their careers cut short. The Sicilian expedition ended in a complete disaster for Athens, significantly weakening its military strength, morale, financial resources, and of course, emboldening its enemies. The catastrophic defeat marked the beginning of the end for the Athenian dominance of the Greek world. And remember, dear listener, you're not winning unless somebody else is losing. Anyway, the final phase of the Peloponnesian War, known as the Ionian or the Deucalian War, saw a renewed and intensified conflict that would ultimately lead to Athens' downfall. Sparta, seizing the opportunity presented by Athens' failure in Sicily, forged an alliance with Persia of all people, securing financial support that enabled the construction of a powerful navy. This marked a significant strategic shift, as Sparta, for all of its history, had relied on its superior land forces. The war then expanded into the eastern Aegean and Ionia, where many of Athens' subject states, encouraged by Spartan victories and a little bit of gold from the Persians, decided to revolt against the Athenian rule. Sparta established a more permanent garrison at Decelea in Attica, further straining Athens' resources and morale. The Athenians, despite this dire situation, weren't willing to give up quite yet. They mounted a spirited defense, achieving several naval victories that briefly stemmed the Spartan advance. However, the relentless pressure from Sparta and its allies, the ongoing financial and manpower strains, and internal political turmoil weakened Athenian resolve, and thus their capability to continue the war. The decisive blow came in 405 at the Battle of Aegospotami, where the Spartan fleet, under the command of Lysander, launched a surprise attack that annihilated the Athenian navy. This defeat cut off Athens from its overseas grain supply and left it vulnerable to siege. In 404, starved and unable to fight, Athens finally decided to surrender. Well, Spartans generally did not hold too much respect for people who surrendered. Not a good way to make friends with the Spartans. The terms of surrender imposed by the Spartans on the Athenians were more than a little bit harsh. They demanded the dismantling of the walls of Athens, restricting its navy to a mere 12 ships. 12! Well, this effectively marked the end of the Athenian Empire. And if it wasn't the final nail in the coffin for them, I'm sure it felt like the lowering of the coffin in the hole, and having cement poured all around it. The imposition of a oligarchic regime known as the 30 Tyrants on Athens was a final indignity that underscored the complete reversal of fortunes for what had once been the preeminent power in the Greek world. The Ionian or Deucalian War concluded the Peloponnesian War, a conflict that had ravaged the Greek world for nearly 3 decades, leaving a legacy of destruction, political upheaval, and a profound shift in the balance of power. Well, let's go and talk about some of the key figures that made the Peloponnesian War what it was, because history is nothing if not the sum of the parts of its characters. So this war was shaped and influenced by a number of key figures, whose personal ambitions, leaderships, and strategies played pivotal roles in the course of the conflict. From Athens, Pericles stands out as the visionary statesman who guided the city at the war's outset. His strategy of avoiding land battles with Sparta, relying instead on Athens' naval power and protective walls, set the tone for the early years of the conflict. However, his death from the plague in 429 left Athens without its most steadying influence. The captain of the ship was gone, and the city was plunged into a period of political infighting. Poor old Pericles must have been turning in his grave to see what Athens had become without him. Cleon, a prominent Athenian general and politician, emerged as a key figure following the death of Pericles. Known for his aggressive military stance and his support for the democratic faction, Cleon pushed for a more offensive strategy against Sparta. His leadership at the Battle of Sphacteria resulted in a significant Athenian victory, but his later death in battle marked the end for Athens' initial military ascendancy. It did not last very long for them, didn't it? Now Alcibiades, with his complex legacy, we can say, was a charismatic and controversial leader. Initially an advocate for the Sicilian Expedition, that went horribly for the Athenians, his subsequent defection to Sparta, then Persia, and finally his return to Athens exemplify the volatile politics of the era. Alcibiades' strategic insights were crucial in several Athenian victories upon his return, yet his ultimate failure to secure a decisive advantage underscores the limitations of individual charisma against the broader realities of conflict. Now, on the Spartan side of things, there is, of course, a few important characters we can mention. Brasidas emerged as one of Sparta's most capable commanders. His campaigns in the north of Greece, particularly his capture of Amphipolis, demonstrated Spartan military prowess beyond the Peloponnese, and earned him a reputation as a hero. Unfortunately for him, his death in battle in 422 robbed Sparta of one of its most effective and beloved leaders. Lysander, no doubt you've heard of him, the Spartan admiral, played a crucial role in the final phase of the war. His leadership and strategic acumen, coupled with his ability to secure Persian financial support, were instrumental in Sparta's naval victories that ultimately forced Athens into surrender. Lysander's influence extended far beyond the battlefield alone, as he played a key role in the political reorganization of Athens following its defeat. Well, what happened after the Peloponnesian War? Surely the aftermath was quite poignant, don't you think? Well, there were profound social and economic impacts on all of the Greek states, and society was reshaped in rather fundamental ways. The protracted conflict drained the resources of the warring parties, leading to the economic hardship across Greece. Some things never change. Athens, in particular, faced severe financial strains as it poured resources into maintaining its navy and fortifications, while the Spartan invasions of Attica devastated the agricultural base of the Athenian economy. The social fabric of the Greek city-states was also significantly affected. The war led to widespread displacement and suffering among citizens, with many Athenians crowded within the city walls during Spartan invasions, contributing to the conditions that led to the outbreak of the plague. Too many people, too much filth. Not a good combination, especially in the warm Greek sun. Imagine the smell. The loss of life, both from plague and from combat, resulted in demographic changes that would have long-lasting effects on Athenian society and the polis system more broadly. The conflict also precipitated changes in societal norms and attitudes. In Athens, the strain of war contributed to political upheaval, with the radical democracy of the early war years giving way to the oligarchic rule by the 30 tyrants in the conflict's aftermath. The war's impact on the Greek economy was equally significant, with the destruction of property, disruption of trade, and the cost of military expenditure undermining the economic foundations of many city-states. Of course, all of those smaller city-states that perhaps didn't have the resources that Sparta or Athens had, well, they had to pull their weight in the war if they were allied with Athens or Sparta, didn't they? There was no slacking, and everybody had to give a little bit more than they perhaps could afford to give. Moreover, the war exacerbated class divisions in Athens and elsewhere, as the burden of military service and the economic impacts of the war fell unevenly across society. The erosion of traditional values and the rise of cynicism and disillusionment in the war's wake marked a significant cultural shift, with implications for the development of Greek philosophy and drama. The war thus not only reshaped the political landscape of the ancient world, but also had deep and lasting effects on its social structure, economies, and cultural norms, changing Greece forever. Thus, the conclusion of the war was heralded as a seismic shift in the Greek world. Athens, for all this time, was the preeminent naval power, but it was now left humbled and weakened, a shadow of its former self, laying in the ruins of its own city walls. The stringent terms of surrender imposed by Sparta completely decimated the city. It was never the same again. Well, Sparta, how did they do after the war? Surely they were partying and celebrating the victory, don't you think? Well, not quite. They rather found the victory somewhat Pyrrhic. Its military prowess, unchallenged on land, was ill-suited to managing the complex network of alliances and dependencies that constituted the Greek world. The financial support from Persia, whilst instrumental in securing victory, also marked the beginning of Persian influence in Greek affairs, undermining the very autonomy Sparta had fought to protect. Moreover, Sparta's harsh treatment of defeated city-states, including Athens, well, that didn't go unnoticed, and it sowed the seeds of resentment and discord that would plague its leadership. Instead of being scared of the Spartans, many people instead were rather disdainful of them. No one really wanted to be under Spartan rule, because they knew exactly how they treated the Helots, their slave underclass. Well, the broader implications of the war were profound. It decimated the population, and Greece was not doing well economically after this for sure. The collective strength of the entirety of Hellenic culture was completely decimated. External powers certainly took note of this, and the vulnerability would be exploited by Macedon under the leadership of Philip II and later Alexander the Great. Utilizing the divisions and weaknesses brought by the Peloponnesian War, Macedon was able to achieve dominance over all of Greece, marking the end of the classical city-state era and the beginning of the Hellenistic period. The legacy of the Peloponnesian War is indeed complex, don't you think? Its most enduring account, provided by the Athenian historian Thucydides, offers a meticulous and unvarnished narrative of the conflict, emphasizing the themes of power, hubris, and the tragic consequences of human folly. Thucydides' work, hailed for its analytical rigor and philosophical depth, continues to be studied through the ages, not only as a historical document, but as a treatise on the nature of political power and the inevitability of conflicts. The war's portrayal in subsequent historical narratives and its impact on political theory do serve to reflect its multifaceted legacy. It has been cited as a cautionary tale about the dangers of imperial overreach, the fragility of democratic institutions in the face of external threats and internal divisions, and the timeless nature of human ambition and conflict. Moreover, the conflict's examination of the moral and ethical dilemmas faced by individuals and states alike continues to resonate. The speeches and decisions of its key figures, from Pericles' funeral oration to the Melian dialogue, offer profound insights into the complexities of justice, duty, and our fragile human condition. The Peloponnesian War, through Thucydides' lens and the myriad of interpretations it has inspired, remains a vital source of lessons on the conduct of war and the enduring struggle for power in the international arena. Well, what do you think? When I reflect on the Peloponnesian War, I always go back to the situation that the Greeks had faced the external threat from the Persians. Not long before the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, indeed. They managed to band together to fight away the Persians. And this is a story that we all remember the Greeks for. We don't remember the Greeks for fighting amongst each other. We don't remember them for stabbing each other in the backs. It's not the best attribute to have to your name, don't you think? From fighting each other, to fighting together, back to fighting each other, and getting absolutely murdered by the Macedonians. Well, it all culminates into a story that is more tragedy than comedy. The Greco-Persian Wars, a series of conflicts that unfolded between the Greek city-states and the mighty Persian Empire, represent a watershed moment in ancient history. Spanning from 492 to 449 BC, these wars were not just battle over territory, but clashes of cultures, ideologies, and political systems. The Greek city-states, with their nascent democratic ideals and fiercely independent spirit, found themselves pitted against the vast autocratic Persian Empire, the superpower of its age, which sought to bring the troublesome and fragmented region of Greece under its sway. These wars are often divided into two main phases. The first Persian invasion, which culminated in the Battle of Marathon, and the second, more ambitious invasion, led by Xerxes I, which saw the famous stand at Thermopylae, the naval battle at Salamis, and the decisive Greek victory at Plataea. Well, I'm sure that all the viewers would recognize at least one of these battles, perhaps two of them, Marathon and Thermopylae, being very famous. These conflicts not only halted Persian expansion westward, but also catalyzed the development of Greek cultural and political identity, laying the groundwork for the golden age of Athens and the spread of Hellenistic culture. The origins of this war can be traced back to the expansionist policies of the Persian Empire under its ruler, Cyrus the Great. By the earliest 5th century BC, Persia had established itself as the dominant power in the Near East, having conquered a vast territory that stretched from the Indus Valley all the way to the Aegean Sea. However, the western edge of the empire, where the Greek city-states of Ionia, modern-day western Turkey, was restless under Persian rule. The Ionian Greeks, culturally and politically aligned with their brethren across the Aegean, chafed under Persian domination, leading to the Ionian Revolt from 499 to 494. The revolt, though ultimately quashed by the Persians, set the stage for a wider conflict. It drew in support from mainland Greece, most notably Athens, which sent ships and troops to assist the Ionians. This intervention, led by Athens, incensed Darius I, the Persian king, who vowed revenge against Athens and other city-states that had supported the revolt. This vow of revenge would lead to the first Persian invasion of Greece, and the mark of the beginning of a decades-long struggle between Persia and the Greek city-states. Of course, the backdrop of the Greco-Persian Wars is a rather complex tapestry of political maneuvers, alliances, and betrayals. The Greek world was not a unified entity like it is today, but rather a patchwork of city-states with their own governments, cultures, and of course their own ambitions. The Persian Empire, on the other hand, at this time was a vast, centralized state, capable of mobilizing resources and manpower on a scale unmatched by any Greek polis. The conflict between these two very different worlds was as much a clash of civilizations as it was a series of military engagements. So in the aftermath of this revolt, the stage was set for a conflict that would define the course of Western history. The Greco-Persian Wars would test the resilience of the Greek city-states, challenge the might of the Persian Empire, and highlight the strategic and tactical innovations that defined ancient warfare. The Persian Empire's first major foray into Greece began in 492 under the command of Mardonius, who sought to subjugate the Aegean islands and punish Athens for its role in providing support to the aforementioned Ionian revolt. This campaign set the stage for a larger conflict to come. Mardonius's expedition, though partially successful in subduing Thrace and Macedon, ultimately suffered setbacks due to a disastrous naval loss near Mount Athos. Undeterred, Darius launched a more direct assault on Greece in 490, sending a formidable force under Datis and Artaphernes straight to the heart of the Athenian power. Their target was Eretria and Athens, those cities who had provided the most support for the Ionians. Eretria fell rather quickly, but the Persian advance met a different fate at the plains of Marathon. The Athenians, under the wise generalship of Miltiades, employed a bold strategy, attacking the Persian forces with a decisive charge that utilized the terrain to their advantage. Despite being outnumbered, the Greek hoplites demonstrated superior discipline and tactics. This culminated in a stunning victory that forced the Persian expeditionary force to slowly retreat. Of course, the Battle of Marathon became a legendary event in Greek history, symbolizing the possibility of victory against overwhelming odds. It also highlighted the effectiveness of the hoplite phalanx and the importance of unity among the Greek states. The marathon run by Phidippides to Athens to announce the victory has of course been immortalized in the modern marathon race, underscoring the enduring legacy of this battle. However, the victory at Marathon did not mark the end of Persian ambitions in Greece, not by a long shot. Darius I began preparations for a larger invasion, but his death in 486 and the succession of his son Xerxes delayed these plans. Well, Xerxes, the son of Darius, spent several years building a massive invasion force, along with a more modernized navy, intent on subjugating Greece once and for all. It seems that the Persians were recovering from quite an embarrassment at Marathon. Word was spreading about that defeat, and a show of power had to be made. Of course, one needed to remind his people under his control that he was not to be messed with. Well, this period, of course, allowed for the Greeks as well, particularly Athens, to prepare for the impending conflict which they all knew was coming. Now, one man from Athens, Themistocles, recognized the need for a strong navy in particular, and persuaded his fellow citizens to invest in a fleet of triremes. And just as well he did. They would become crucial in the upcoming battles, especially Salamis. This interwar period was also a time of political maneuvering, with various Greek city-states forming alliances, and others choosing to submit to Persian demands for earth and water, symbols of submission. The formation of the Hellenic League, spearheaded by Sparta and Athens, marked a significant unity among the Greek states, despite their traditional rivalries. This alliance was a testament to the shared recognition of the Persian threat and the necessity of collective defense. The Greeks had decided to put their differences aside. Well, perhaps they can get back to fighting each other once the Persians are taken care of. The preparations on both sides set the stage for a conflict of unprecedented scale, the likes the world had never seen. The Persians were determined to crush the Greeks and secure their western frontier, while the Greeks were more resolved to defend their autonomy and way of life. The stage was set for the second and more extensive Persian invasion of Greece, a campaign that would feature some of the most famous battles in ancient history. The second Persian invasion, orchestrated by Xerxes I, was a colossal military campaign aimed at the complete subjugation of all of Greece. In 480 BC, Xerxes amassed an army and navy so vast that Herodotus, the ancient historian, claimed that it drank the rivers dry. Modern estimates suggest the numbers were exaggerated, as Herodotus is prone to do, yet the force was undoubtedly the largest ever seen in the Greek world. The Persians repaired the bridges over the Hellespont and dug a canal through the Athos Peninsula. This showcased much of their scientific and logistical prowess, and a determination to avoid past mistakes, and furthermore, past embarrassments. The invasion began with the crossing of the Hellespont and the slow march through Thrace and Macedon, with the Persians subjugating city-states along their path. Meanwhile, the Greeks strategized their defense at the Isthmus of Corinth, deciding to make a stand at the narrow passes of Thermopylae and simultaneously engage the Persian navy at Artemisium. These choices highlighted the Greeks' strategic use of geography to counter the Persian numerical advantage, and regardless of anything blown out of proportion by Herodotus, they did indeed have a numerical advantage. But this didn't scare the Greeks. Of course, this brings us to Thermopylae, the Hot Gates, that great battle where King Leonidas of Sparta and his force of 300 brave Spartans faced Xerxes' army. Well, we can't just credit the Spartans. They also did have 7,000 Greek allies with them, but they were still vastly outnumbered. And don't let that ruin the idea for a good movie. Well, despite the vast disparity in numbers, the Greeks held the pass for 3 days and inflicted heavy casualties on the very frustrated Persians. The stand at Thermopylae, though ultimately a Persian victory due to the betrayal and the encirclement of Greek forces, became a symbol of courage and sacrifice against overwhelming odds, and has its own video, as it deserves one. Go and have a look on my Greek history playlist. Well, at the same time as this, the Greek navy, leveraging the advanced design of their brand new shiny triremes, engaged the Persian fleet at Artemisium in a series of rather indecisive battles. Well, despite not achieving a clear victory, the fleet of the Greeks, under the command of the very intelligent Themistocles, demonstrated its capability to challenge the Persian navy, setting the stage for the pivotal Battle of Salamis. After Thermopylae, Athens fell to the Persians, who sacked the city. However, the Athenians had evacuated, placing their faith in their fleet. Themistocles devised a cunning plan to lure the Persian navy into the narrow straits of Salamis, where their numerical superiority would be neutralized. The resulting naval battle was a decisive Greek victory, devastating the Persian fleet and significantly altering the course of the invasion. Xerxes, witnessing the defeat and fearing a complete loss of his navy, decided to retreat to Asia, leaving with a substantial force under Mardonius to continue his campaign. The following year, in 479, the Greek forces, now united under the Spartan general Pausanias, met and defeated the Persian army at the Battle of Plataea. This land battle, coupled with the Greek victory at Mycale, effectively ended the Persian invasion, securing Greek independence and demonstrating the effectiveness of the hoplite phalanx and the strategic acumen of the Greek commanders. The aftermath of the Greco-Persian Wars marked a turning point in ancient history. The decisive Greek victories at Salamis and Plataea didn't just halt Persian westward expansion, but also established the foundation for a golden age in Athens and the rise of the Delian League, an alliance of Greek city-states led by Athens. This league was initially formed to continue the fight against Persia and to liberate Greek city-states which were still under Persian control. However, it eventually grew and evolved into an Athenian empire, showcasing yet another shift in power dynamics within the Hellenic world. The wars, of course, had profound consequences for the Persian Empire as well, who were no doubt at this point feeling a little sorry for themselves. Now, although Persia remained a dominant power in the Near East, the perception of its invincibility was at this point shattered. These conflicts showcased that Persian military power had a limit, and it highlighted the challenges of managing a vast, multicultural empire. Xerxes' attention turned towards quelling revolts and stabilizing his realm, diminishing Persian involvement in the Aegean affairs. Culturally, the Greco-Persian Wars fostered a sense of unity among the Greek city-states. Despite their frequent internal conflicts, the wars were celebrated in Greek art, drama, and literature, and became a source of national pride and a symbol of Greek valor and resistance against tyranny. The concept of democracy, particularly the Athenian version, received a significant boost, as the wars were seen as a victory for the free over the despot. Moreover, the wars influenced the development of Western civilization's foundational themes, including the clash between freedom and autocracy, the value of individual and collective bravery, and the importance of strategic intelligence and innovation. The legacy of the Greco-Persian Wars, therefore, extends far beyond their immediate military and political outcomes. They shaped philosophical, cultural, and political currents for many centuries to come. Not only a clash of empires, but a stage of remarkable individuals like Pausanias and Xerxes, Leonidas, these great characters whose actions and decisions leave us with a great story to tell. Of course, among them, King Darius and his son Xerxes of Persia stand out for their ambition to expand the empire into Greece. So frustrated with the Ionian revolt and the Athenian interference, how dare they? Xerxes, so determined to succeed where his father had not, marshaled one of the largest invasion forces that the ancient world had ever seen. Of course, on the Greek side, the figures like Miltiades, Themistocles, and of course, King Leonidas became synonymous with bravery, strategic acumen, and of course, the defense of freedom. Miltiades' leadership during the Battle of Marathon demonstrated the effectiveness of the Greek hoplite tactics and the importance of quick, decisive action. Themistocles, the Athenian statesman, foresaw the need for a strong navy, and very good that he did. Otherwise, the victory at Salamis would have perhaps been a defeat. Think about it. How different our world would have looked if the Persians had have taken over Greece. What would we have lost? What would we have gained? It is perhaps one thing to argue whether the situation would be better or worse, but we may agree that it would certainly be very different. Of course, we can't forget about Leonidas, the brave and disciplined Leonidas, the king of Sparta, who embodied that Spartan ethos of courage and sacrifice. His stand at Thermopylae, alongside 300 Spartans and their allies, against the overwhelming Persian force, to this day remains a symbol of heroic resistance. Come and take it. This act of defiance and sacrifice highlighted the Spartan commitment to Greece's freedom and set a moral example for the subsequent defense efforts, inspiring the entire Hellenic world to take up arms and fight. Other notable figures include Artemisia, the queen of Halicarnassus, who fought for Persia at Salamis, and was renowned for her tactical wisdom. On the Greek side, Pausanias, the Spartan general who led the Greeks to victory at Plataea, also played a crucial role in the final defeat of the Persian invaders on Greek soil. These individuals, through their leadership, bravery, and strategic insight, not only influenced the outcome of the Greco-Persian Wars, but left us with a lasting legacy in the face of overwhelming odds. Just before we move on, I'd just like to remind you of the elephant in the room, the film 300. Of course, I won't deny that I enjoyed the film, but I enjoyed the film for what it was, a retelling of a graphic novel. I believe it was by Frank Hubert, I believe so. And indeed it was a retelling of his story, not the real story. I'll remind you that the depiction of the Persians in this film and the graphic novel was very much one of the propaganda of the times by the Greeks, especially the monstrous appearance and the rather flamboyant appearance of Xerxes, which, from what I hear, many contemporary Iranians found to be quite insulting. I don't blame them for taking a certain umbrage of the artistic license that was afforded to one of their greatest historical figures. So, please, separate Hollywood from the history books. Well, moving on, let's continue our retrospective on these wars. They were a crucible for military innovation, of course. The need to defend the homelands led to a lot of new ideas, especially for the Greeks. Well, the Persian military strategy at the time heavily relied on the sheer size of their forces, including infantry and cavalry from across the empire. And don't forget that navy that could project its power all the way across the Aegean Sea. However, the Greeks, particularly the two main characters, Sparta and Athens, introduced revolutionary tactics of their own, leveraging their strengths while exploiting the weaknesses of the Persians. Now, the Persian army, with its mix of archers, infantry, and cavalry, was designed for large-scale engagements on open terrain, where their numbers and mobility of their cavalry, flanking the sides and riding around the back to harass the enemy, could be utilized in the most effective way. Well, the Greeks, quite a contrast. The hoplite phalanx, a tightly organized infantry formation, excelled in close combat, and were actually better at fighting when they were stuck in a corner. The hoplites' heavy armor and long spears, combined with the very disciplined formation, made them formidable opponents in narrow passes and the rugged terrain of Greece. Well, this is why they wiped the floor with the Persians for the first 3 days in Thermopylae. Now, what about the naval battles? Well, you see, the naval battles of these wars, particularly at Salamis, highlighted the importance of naval power and tactical innovation. One could say that after Salamis, Themistocles was certainly a lot more popular around Athens, after his suggestion of expanding the fleet definitely paid off. The Greeks, using smaller and more maneuverable triremes, were able to outflank and ram the larger Persian vessels, demonstrating the effectiveness of agility over size. Themistocles' strategy of luring the Persian navy into the narrow straits of Salamis, where their numbers actually became a disadvantage. Well, all of this marked a turning point in naval warfare that would be studied for years to come. These wars were also emphasized the importance of strategic intelligence and psychological warfare. The Greeks, understanding their numerical disadvantage, employed strategies that maximized their tactical strengths and exploited Persian overconfidence. The use of their terrain, surprise attacks, and feigning retreat were all tactics that the Greeks used to great effect. The military innovations and strategies developed during the Greco-Persian Wars had a lasting impact on ancient warfare, influencing the military thought and tactics for centuries to come. Even the Persians went back and engaged in some retrospection, I'm sure. They left an indelible mark on the cultural and political landscape of Greece and the wider ancient world. You see, in the aftermath, Athens emerged as a dominant naval power, leading to the establishment of the Delian League, which initially sought to consolidate Greek unity against further Persian aggression. This newfound Athenian dominance, however, led to the Peloponnesian War, as tensions rose with Sparta and other city-states wary of Athens' growing power and imperial ambitions. The wars also significantly influenced Greek culture, with the heroic narratives of battles enriching the oral and written traditions. Playwrights, historians, and of course artists drew upon the stories of Marathon, Thermopylae, and Salamis, embedding the Persian Wars deeply into the collective memory and identity of the Greeks. Politically, the wars accelerated the development of democratic institutions in Athens, with increased participation of the citizenry in military and civic life. The experience of collective struggle and collective victory bolstered a sense of democratic pride and identity, setting a precedent for future generations in Greece and beyond. The concept of a united Hellenic identity, transcending local loyalties to face a common enemy, was a powerful legacy of the wars. Well, this legacy extends far beyond the immediate historical context, of course. These conflicts have been celebrated as the first victory of the Western world against Eastern despotism, a narrative that has shaped the East-West dichotomy prevalent in later historical and cultural discourse. The works of Herodotus, often called the father of history, provide a comprehensive account of the wars, blending historical facts with myth and legend to capture the essence of Greek victory. Of course, the history of Antiquity, depending who's writing it, often walks that thin line between myth and reality. The philosophical and political implications of these wars, particularly in the ideals of freedom, democracy, and resistance against tyranny, have of course resonated through the ages. These themes have been invoked in various contexts, serving as inspiration for political movements, literature, and art. The wars are seen as a triumph of democracy over autocracy, contributing to the idealization of Athens and its democratic system as the foundation to Western political thought. Reflecting on the Greco-Persian Wars, it's clear that their significance extends far beyond simple military victories and defeats. The conflicts represented a clash of ideologies, a battle of civilizations. The legacy of the wars, embodied in the stories of heroism, evolution of democratic principles, and an enduring struggle for freedom, well, it continues to inspire and inform contemporary society. It reminds us of the collective power of action and the importance of defending our core values against external threats. It highlights the capacity for human societies to unite and work together in the face of adversity, achieving a seemingly impossible victory through courage, strategy, and innovation. Well, perhaps as we navigate the challenges of the modern world, the lessons of the Greco-Persian Wars remain as relevant as ever, offering insights into the complexities of human conflict and the potential for our own courage. And never forget our enduring quest for freedom. The Pyrrhic War, spanning from 280 to 275 BC, was a pivotal conflict between the burgeoning Roman Republic and Pyrrhus, the formidable king of Epirus. Initiated by a plea for aid from the Greek city Tarentum in southern Italy, Pyrrhus brought his skilled army, including war elephants, to challenge Roman dominance in the region. Despite initial successes against the Roman legions, Pyrrhus incurred heavy losses and faced dwindling support from allies. Plutarch's famous account of Pyrrhus lamenting, "One more victory like this, and we are lost," gave rise to the term Pyrrhic victory. Worn down by relentless warfare, Pyrrhus eventually turned his attention to Sicily, leaving the Romans to consolidate their strength. Returning to Italy in 275, Pyrrhus faced another battle. How did it turn out? Well, you're about to find out. Hello everyone, I'm the ASMR historian, welcoming you to another extensive, long video. It's gonna be great. If you'd like to support the channel, how about you go check out the Patreon? It's a good way to avoid those YouTube ads, and you'll have my eternal gratitude. Short of that, help me out in the algorithm with a like and subscribe. Well, without further ado, let's get busy with our topic for today, the Pyrrhic War. In 290 BC, following the conclusion of the three Samnite Wars, Rome had solidified its dominance over parts of central and southern Italy, forming alliances with various Italic tribes in the region. South of Rome's influence lay the Greek city-states of Magna Graecia and Tarentum, emerging as the largest and most formidable among them. The outbreak of hostilities between Rome and Tarentum was triggered by differing accounts from historians such as Appian, Cassius Dio, and Zonaras. Now, according to Appian, in 282 BC, 10 Roman ships ventured close to Tarentum's coast, led by Publius Cornelius Dolabella, who was allegedly simply sightseeing along the coast of Magna Graecia. Sightseeing. Right. Exploiting an old treaty barring Roman ships from sailing beyond Lacinium promontory near Croton, a demagogue incited the locals to attack, resulting in the sinking of 4 ships and the capture of 1 with all of its crew. However, Cassius Dio and Zonaras provided alternative narratives, omitting any mention of treaties between Rome and Tarentum. Zonaras suggested that the Tarentines associated with Romans' adversaries, including the Etruscans, the Gauls, and the Samnites, leading to suspicions and subsequent hostilities when Lucius Valerius, described as the Admiral, attempted to anchor off Tarentum's coast. The Tarentines, perceiving this as retaliation for their past actions, responded by sinking Roman ships and capturing the crew. In Cassius Dio's account, Lucius Valerius was dispatched on an errand, while the Tarentines were inebriated during the Dionysiac festival, which was basically a festival where everybody got drunk. Apparently this rather pleased the god Dionysus. Upon sighting Valerius's ships, they suspected hostile intentions, and they immediately attacked without asking any questions. One can only imagine that they may have perhaps been in an alcohol-fueled rage and thought, yeah, let's make this a party to remember by kicking in some Roman heads. The Romans, though angered by this act, initially refrained from immediate retaliation against Tarentum. Instead, they sent envoys to address the situation peacefully and diplomatically, seeking to avoid appearing passive and thus encouraging further Tarentine aggression. However, the Tarentines rebuffed the envoys and insulted them. This was the last straw for Rome, and they declared war. That was Cassius Dio's account, at least. Or at least one of them. There is another narrative by Cassius Dio, and it goes like this. The Romans became aware of Tarentum's preparation for war, and dispatched Gaius Fabricius Lucinus as an envoy to allied cities, aiming to prevent a rebellion. However, these efforts were thwarted when the allied cities arrested Fabricius and aligned themselves with Rome's adversaries, leading to succession. Cassius Dio suggests that the Tarentines initiated hostilities, but felt rather secure in doing so, due to their belief that Rome was unaware of their plans, citing Rome's temporary embarrassments. Spoiler alert, Rome was very aware of what Tarentum was doing. This ambiguity arises from the fact that Rome sent envoys shortly after the ship attacks, followed by a declaration of war upon their insult. Little did the Tarentines know, Rome was just trying to act diplomatically, trying to show a little bit of manners, even after their ships were sunk and the crews turned into slaves. Sorry about that. Thus, it was unclear what pretense Tarentum perceived. Additionally, the mention of Gaius Fabricius's mission coinciding with the ship attack suggests a timeline where the events may have influenced each other. All of this just further complicates the narrative. This period also saw a rebellion among various Italic peoples, potentially fueled by the tensions between Rome and Tarentum. According to Appian, the Tarentines accused the Greek city of Thurii of siding with the Romans instead of fellow Greeks, leading to an attack on the Thurii, expulsion of its noble citizens, and dismissal of the Roman garrison stationed there. Now that ought to annoy the Senate, wouldn't it? Livy's Perioce noted Roman support for the Thurii during conflicts with the Lucani around 286, honoring the plebeian tribune Gaius Aelius with a statue in the Roman Forum for his proposal to aid Thurii. Dionysius of Halicarnassus credited Gaius Fabricius Lucinus, serving as consul in 282 BC, with breaking sieges and defeating various Italian peoples, including those surrounding Thurii. What about modern historians? Well, as for them, they suggest that the breach of the Thurii Treaty and the siege's lifting prompted the attack on the Roman ships. This discredits Appian's notion of sightseeing. Tarentum feared Rome's expanding influence after Thurii sought Roman protection around 286. Appian attributed Tarentum's blame for the treaty in Thurii of violations as a pretext for aggression, possibly referencing treaties with Alexander of Epirus or Cleonymus of Sparta. The Romans demanded restitution from Tarentum after the ship attack, but the envoys didn't get much luck with that. They never really got their restitution, well, at least not in the original form they asked. Well, upon their return to Rome, there was widespread indignation, with some advocating for subduing rebellious Italian peoples before confronting Tarentum. However, the proponents of immediate war prevailed. Lucius Aemilius Barbula, a consul in 281 BC, was tasked with offering peace terms to Tarentum before resorting to war, as per Appian's account. Alternatively, Zunarus suggested that Lucius Aemilius offered peace proposals, hoping for Tarentum's acceptance, but faced internal divisions. Tarentine envoys sought an alliance with Pyrrhus, prompting Lucius Aemilius to raid their lands. Despite efforts to reconcile, disagreements persisted, with Agus, a Roman ally, becoming the city's general. In Plutarch it is highlighted that there was an opposition to seeking Pyrrhus's aid. He cites the dominance of the war faction and the absence of some from the assembly for this. Dionysius of Halicarnassus recounted that the Tarentines, seeking assistance from Pyrrhus, expelled dissenting voices, including one, Meton, who feigned drunkenness to caution against allowing a king to garrison the city, fearing his loss of freedom. Meton was expelled, and his expulsion led to a decree to send envoys to Pyrrhus, offering significant military support from Tarentum and other Greek cities in Italy. The prospect of substantial reinforcements rather excited Pyrrhus and his Epirot forces, as reported in Cassius Dio and Plutarch. Pyrrhus, considering himself a match for the Romans, harbored ambitions to challenge their power, especially in Sicily. However, he hesitated to engage them without a proper provocation. Both Cassius Dio and Plutarch highlighted the counsel of Cineas, Pyrrhus's esteemed advisor, who, despite his wisdom and efforts, failed to dissuade Pyrrhus from his Italian expedition. Pyrrhus then sought support from other rulers, requesting funds from Antiochus I of the Seleucid Empire and ships from Antigonus II of Macedon. Ptolemy II of the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt provided troops under the condition of a limited service term, and appointed Pyrrhus as guardian of his realm during his absence, in exchange for Pyrrhus taking the bulk of his army to Italy. Xenarus recounted Pyrrhus's opportunistic response to Tarentum's call for help, insisting on a clause in their treaty to avoid prolonged stays in Italy. He detained most Tarentine envoys as hostages under the pretext of needing their assistance, while dispatching a few with Cineas and troops. Pyrrhus's arrival, shortly after Agus's deposition, emboldened the Tarentines, who elected one of the envoys as commander. Pyrrhus then sent Milo with additional forces, securing the Acropolis as his headquarters. Meanwhile, Lucius Aemilius retreated to Apulia to avoid Pyrrhus's reinforcing troops, but was ambushed along the way by the Tarentines. Pyrrhus, unwilling to wait for spring due to the Mediterranean stormy winter, embarked for Italy, enduring a harrowing sea voyage. Never a good idea to sail at this time. Plutarch noted that many ships were lost in the storm, with Pyrrhus himself rescued by the Messapi. Only a fraction of his intended forces even managed to reach Italy at all. Pyrrhus initially refrained from imposing restrictions on the Tarentines, but later enforced military discipline and curtailed civilian liberties to prevent any defection to the Roman side. Dissenters left the city, viewing Pyrrhus as a tyrant rather than an ally. Well, that's what happens when you curtail civilian liberties, right? Nobody likes that. Now, Appian had described Pyrrhus's draconian measures, including forced military training, house arrest, and brutality by his officers, as just a few of the reasons that people decided to flee the city. And fair enough, he sounds like a bit of a douche. Rhegium, seeking Roman protection, fell victim to internal treachery led by Decius, who manipulated circumstances to seize control, allying with the Mamertines. The Romans initially overlooked this while preoccupied with Pyrrhus, but eventually dispatched Gaius Fabricius Licinius, who recaptured Rhegium, executed the rebels, and punished Decius for treason. Before this period, Rome had never engaged in military conflict with any of the Hellenistic states in the East Mediterranean. So yeah, achievement unlocked. Good job, guys. Publius Valerius Laevinus, one of the consuls for 280 BC, led a sizable army against Pyrrhus, aiming to intimidate him by marching through Lucania and seizing strategic positions. In response to this, Pyrrhus sent a letter proposing arbitration to settle disputes with the Tarentines, Lucanians, and Samnites. But Levinus was not going to accept this. He immediately smacked down the offer, asserting Rome's independence and readiness for war. Levinus even showcased his forces to Pyrrhus's scouts, underscoring Rome's military might. When the scouts came over to have a look and they were spotted, well, he essentially said, let's show them what we've got so they can come back and tell Pyrrhus exactly what he's up against. Because they knew that Pyrrhus would not like what he hear. Pyrrhus, yet to be reinforced by his allies, established his camp and awaited their arrival, hoping to exploit some Roman supply difficulties. When the Romans advanced, Pyrrhus positioned his troops defensively along the river Syracuse, intending to engage them as they crossed. Despite initial Roman resistance, Pyrrhus's use of elephants and Thessalian cavalry caused a great deal of confusion, and the Romans actually began to retreat. After this battle of Heraclea, Pyrrhus gained significant renown and attracted numerous allies, bolstering his forces. Despite suffering significant losses, including his best troops and some of his most trusted generals, Pyrrhus advanced within 60 kilometers of Rome, plundering territories along the way. However, the Roman Senate remained resolute, rejecting offers of peace or truce proposed by Pyrrhus through the many emissaries he sent. Now, Gaius Fabricius Lucinus, leading a Roman envoy, met Pyrrhus to negotiate the release of Roman prisoners. Although Pyrrhus expressed a desire for friendship and peace, the Romans refused any terms that would compromise their sovereignty. They eventually accepted the return of prisoners without conditions, and dispatched Cineas to Rome to negotiate further. In Rome, Cineas attempted to secure a peace treaty, but the Senate, spurred by the resolute stance of Appius Claudius Caecus, rejected the offer. Appius Claudius argued that Pyrrhus could not be trusted, and that Rome should continue the war until Pyrrhus withdrew from Italy completely. Meanwhile, Pyrrhus, aware of the growing Roman strength, prepared to march directly on Rome. However, faced with the daunting prospect of confronting the reinforced Roman army, he ultimately refrained from engaging in battle and withdrew back to Tarentum. Different historical accounts vary in their portrayal of Pyrrhus's movements following the Battle of Heraclea. Some describe him marching towards Rome, laying waste to territories along the way, while others depict him diverting through Etruria and Campania, before ultimately returning to Tarentum. Amidst these events, Rome also engaged in diplomatic efforts, sending envoys to Ptolemy II of Egypt, likely seeking support or alliances to counter Pyrrhus's growing influence in Italy. The Battle of Asculum in 279 was a pivotal moment in the conflict between Pyrrhus and Rome, with differing accounts from ancient historians regarding its specific outcome. According to Cassius Dio, Pyrrhus invaded Apulia in the following spring, capturing several places before encountering the Roman army near Asculum. Both sides hesitated to engage in battle for several days. Rumors were circulating that Publius Decius Mus, one of the Roman consuls, was preparing to perform a devotio, a sacrificial act where a commander sacrifices their life to ensure victory. This rumor bolstered the Roman morale and alarmed Pyrrhus's Italic allies. Pyrrhus attempted to reassure them, but ordered the capture of anyone wearing the distinctive garments of the Decius family. The consuls, however, rejected the need for such a sacrifice. They were confident enough in the pure strength of the Roman army. While Dio asserts that the Romans emerged victorious in the Battle of Asculum, other historians present differing accounts. Plutarch, for instance, describes Pyrrhus as the victor in the two-day battle. However, he also highlights Pyrrhus's recognition of the heavy losses suffered by his forces and the challenges he faced in replenishing them. Pyrrhus's favorite remark, "One more victory like this, and we are undone," reflects his realization that even victorious battles against Rome exacted a heavy toll on his resources and manpower. While Rome, they didn't have many problems replacing their losses. Dionysius of Halicarnassus's account does not clearly indicate the outcome of the battle either, leaving room for interpretation. Nonetheless, the broader consensus among historians is that, while Pyrrhus may have achieved tactical victories in individual battles, the cumulative attrition and resilience of the Roman forces ultimately proved decisive in the broader conflict. And yes, that's where we get the term Pyrrhic victory from. The year 279 saw Carthaginian concerns over Pyrrhus's potential involvement in Sicily, where the Carthaginians held territory in the western part of the island. Reports suggested that Greek cities in eastern and southern Sicily sought Pyrrhus's assistance against Carthaginian interests. In response, Mago, a Carthaginian commander, arrived at the port of Rome with 120 ships, offering aid to the Roman Senate. However, the Senate declined this assistance, preferring to handle the situation independently. Now, despite their initial offer of aid, the Carthaginians were apprehensive about Pyrrhus's potential to disrupt their interests. Mago subsequently met with Pyrrhus under the guise of a peacemaker, aiming to discern the king's intentions regarding Sicily. Polybius uncovered a series of treaties between Rome and Carthage, including one specifically addressing the threat posed by Pyrrhus. This treaty stipulated mutual assistance in the event of an attack, with Carthage providing naval support for transportation and hostilities. However, despite this agreement, there was limited collaboration between Rome and Carthage against Pyrrhus. Who knows? Perhaps if they had cooperated a little more, they may have become friends. And That disaster of the final stages of the Punic Wars would have been quite a lot less salty. Well, in one instance, Carthaginian forces did attempt to assist Rome by besieging a rebel Roman garrison at Rhegium, which had seized control of the city. However, they didn't get very far. Their efforts were ultimately unsuccessful, and they abandoned the siege after setting fire to some timber used for shipbuilding. Okay then. Despite this setback, Carthaginian forces remained vigilant, monitoring the Strait of Messina for any attempt by Pyrrhus to cross into Sicily. Ultimately, while there were efforts to coordinate against Pyrrhus, the collaboration between Rome and Carthage was limited, with each primary power focused on its own interests in the region. Sicily would indeed become a flashpoint for them later on. Pyrrhus's decisions to intervene in Sicily stemmed from two key factors: requests for assistance from Greek cities in Sicily and his own strategic ambitions. Plutarch recounts that Pyrrhus was approached by representatives from Sicilian Greek cities, including Agrigentum, Syracuse, and Leontini, who implored him to aid them in expelling the Carthaginians and liberating the island from their dominance. Additionally, Macedonians sought Pyrrhus's support in ascending to the throne following the demise of their king, Ptolemy Ceranos, in the Gallic invasion of Greece. Pyrrhus, perceiving Sicily as offering greater opportunities for glory and conquest, prioritized this endeavor over the Macedonian throne, which seemed more distant in Africa. We get some further context about this from Appian, suggesting that Pyrrhus's interest in Sicily intensified after the death of Agathocles, the former tyrant of Syracuse, and his subsequent marriage to Agathocles' daughter, Lenassa. Despite historical inaccuracies regarding the timing of these events, Appian proposes that Pyrrhus's familial ties and potential hereditary claims to Sicilian rule prompted the inhabitants of Syracuse to seek assistance against Carthage. Upon deciding to embark on his Sicilian campaign, Pyrrhus faced obstacles posed by the Mamertine mercenaries, who had allied with the Carthaginians and sought to prevent his crossing of the Strait of Messina. Despite this opposition, Pyrrhus secured support from Tindarion, the tyrant of Tauromania, who facilitated his landings at Catana, strategically positioning him to advance towards Syracuse. As Pyrrhus set sail from Tarentum with his forces, including 8,000 cavalry and a couple of elephants, not bad, the besieged Syracusians pinned their hopes on him, viewing him as their potential savior due to his marriage to Lenassa. Pyrrhus's arrival in Sicily marked a significant turning point in the conflict, with the stage set for a decisive confrontation with the Carthaginians and their allies. Pyrrhus's consolidation of power in Sicily was marked by strategic alliances, military conquests, and diplomatic negotiations. Upon his arrival, he swiftly garnered support from influential figures like Sosistratus and Thonon, who controlled Syracuse and its garrison respectively. Their cooperation facilitated Pyrrhus's assumption of control over the city and its military assets, including a formidable fleet of 140 ships. Additionally, Pyrrhus received reinforcements and resources from other Sicilian cities, like Leontini, Enna, and Agrigentum, further bolstering his forces and expanding his territorial influence. With a formidable army of 30,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry, Pyrrhus embarked on a campaign to challenge Carthaginian dominance over Sicily. His military prowess was evident as he swiftly seized control of strategic locations such as Heraclea Minoa, Selinus, Segesta, and many more, securing the allegiance of numerous cities in the region. His conquest culminated in the successful storming of Eryx and Panormus, leaving only Lilybaeum under Carthaginian control. However, the siege of Lilybaeum proved to be a formidable challenge for Pyrrhus. Despite initial negotiations initiated by the Carthaginians, who were at this point no doubt feeling a little bit nervous, Pyrrhus remained resolute in his ambition to expel them entirely from Sicily, rejecting offers of financial incentives and conceding only under pressure from his allies and Sicilian delegates. The protracted siege saw Pyrrhus facing significant resistance from the Carthaginians, who leveraged their superior numbers and defensive advantages to thwart his advances. His unwanted advances. Ultimately, Pyrrhus's decision to abandon the siege and focus on naval dominance signaled a shift in his strategy, securing control over the sea lanes and preparing for an eventual campaign in Africa. And despite the setbacks at Lilybaeum, Pyrrhus remained determined to fulfill his ambitions of conquest. He then set his sights on Carthage and the broader region of Libya. Pyrrhus's descent into tyranny and despotic behavior ultimately led to widespread resentment and rebellion among the Sicilian Greeks. Plutarch highlights how Pyrrhus's actions, including arbitrary executions, confiscation of estates, and favoritism towards his military companions, eroded his popularity and credibility as a leader. Yeah, doing these things is certainly not going to make anyone popular. Try not to confiscate anybody's estates in your own circle of friends. Suspicion and paranoia further fueled his authoritarian rule, leading to the execution of prominent figures like Thoenon and the attempted arrests of others such as Sosistratus. As discontent grew, some Sicilian cities began to align with external powers like the Carthaginians and the Mamertine mercenaries, seeking assistance against Pyrrhus's oppressive regime. The deterioration of Pyrrhus's control became evident as internal unrest escalated, prompting the intervention of the Carthaginians, who saw all of this as an opportunity to reclaim lost territories. In the face of mounting challenges and diminishing support, Pyrrhus received a plea for aid from the Samnites and Tarentines, offering him a pretext to depart Sicily without appearing weak or defeated. But everybody knew what was really going on, I'm sure. Plutarch's account suggests that Pyrrhus seized upon this opportunity to extricate himself from the increasingly untenable situation in Sicily. And behind him, well, he left a chaotic and unstable landscape. Now, after Pyrrhus's flight from Sicily, he ended up in southern Italy, which brings us to the final battle of the Pyrrhic War, the Battle of Beneventum. And it did not go very well for anybody, to be honest. The accounts of Plutarch, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Cassius Dio provide varying perspectives on the Battle of Beneventum and its outcome. Plutarch's detailed narrative describes Pyrrhus's tactical maneuvers and the unfolding of the battle. Pyrrhus, despite facing challenges with his troops losing their way and arriving late to the battlefield, managed to gain ground against Manius Curius's forces. However, the tide turned when the Romans successfully repelled an elephant charge, leading to the disarray of Pyrrhus's ranks and an eventual victory for the Romans. Dionysius of Halicarnassus offers a more concise account, focusing primarily on the confusion caused by the wounded elephants and its impact on the Greek forces. This version emphasizes the role of the elephants in the battle and how their disturbance and confusion contributed to the Greek defeat. Of course, the elephants just went crazy, started trampling over anyone they could find, and most of that was, well, it was Pyrrhus's guys. Not a good way to go. Cassius Dio's narrative aligns closely with Plutarch's, but emphasizes the chaos caused by the wounded elephant calf and its effect on the entire elephant contingent. The narrative underscores the pivotal moment when the Romans seized the opportunity to capitalize on the elephant's disarray and ultimately secured victory. That being said, I think around 9,000 Romans died in that battle. Not good. Not good at all. While each account provides unique insights into the Battle of Beneventum, they collectively highlight the decisive role played by the Roman forces in exploiting vulnerabilities within the Pyrrhus's army, ultimately leading to his defeat. In fact, one may say that it wasn't the Romans that defeated Pyrrhus, but his own elephants. Perhaps next time he'll think twice before bringing them. Well, for him, there was no next time. The post-Pyrrhic War era marked a significant turning point for Rome, as it solidified its dominance in southern Italy and expanded its influence across the Mediterranean. Here's a couple of key developments that followed the war. Rome's hegemony in southern Italy. With the capture of Tarentum and other strategic victories, Rome asserted its hegemony in the southern part of Italy, right down there on the end of the boot, consolidating control over various regions previously influenced by Pyrrhus and his allies. And of course, a lot of people there were happy to have the Romans, because anything was better than Pyrrhus. Conquest and colonization. Rome expanded its territory through conquest and the establishment of colonies. Cities like Brundisium and Rhegium were captured, and colonies were founded in strategic locations to solidify Roman control, and of course, facilitate further expansion. Defeat of rebellions. Rome faced rebellions from various factions, including the Samnites, Lucanians, Bruttians, and Picentes. These rebellions were swiftly suppressed, and Roman colonies were established in the conquered territories to maintain control and, of course, prevent future uprisings. Diplomatic relations with Ptolemaic Egypt. Ptolemy II of Egypt, recognizing Rome's growing power, sought to make diplomatic relations with the rising Mediterranean force. Diplomatic exchanges and the changing of gifts between Rome and Egypt signaled the beginning of a new era of diplomatic engagement between Rome and the Hellenistic kingdoms of the East. Overall, the aftermath of the Pyrrhic War marked the ascendancy of Rome as a dominant force in the Mediterranean region and set the stage for its further expansion and influence for centuries to come. But what did you learn? Well, I thought that it was quite humorous to think that the original attack on the ships was made while all of the men were drunk and partying, having a good time. Also the notion that the Roman ships, all 10 of them, were simply just sightseeing around the coast. Well, come on, who believes that? Whichever way it was, it's just another war, another great conflict confined to the pages of Antiquity. Thank you very much for joining me. We've had a great time talking about the Pyrrhic War, haven't we? If you've liked what you hear, then you better like and subscribe and leave a comment down below. If you'd like to support the channel, please follow the link to my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Until then, take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. Between 58 and 50 BC, Julius Caesar's military campaigns, known as the Gallic Wars, saw the Roman Republic clash with various tribes across what is now modern-day France, Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland. This aggressive expansion, led by Caesar, was ostensibly to protect Roman borders and pay off his debts, but it is widely viewed by historians as a strategic move simply to bolster his political career. Despite the formidable collective strength of the Gallic, Germanic, and Brittonic tribes, their internal divisions ultimately facilitated a Roman victory, highlighted by the pivotal Battle of Alesia in 52 BC. Caesar's conquests not only expanded Roman territory, but also had laid the groundwork for his rise to power, culminating in the end of the Roman Republic and the birth of the Roman Empire. Hello everyone, and welcome to the channel. If you are a returning viewer, it's good to have you back, and if you're new, it's good to have you here. If you'd like to support the channel, I've opened a Patreon, where you can find all of my videos ad-free and of the highest quality. Or if you would like to help me in the algorithm, leave a like comment, and if you feel so inclined, subscribe to the channel. Now, without further ado, on to today's video. The Gallic Wars. The Gallic Wars, fought between Julius Caesar and the many tribes of Gaul, were underpinned by a complex tapestry of political and military dynamics that stretched far beyond mere conquest. The tribes of Gaul, part of the sophisticated Latin culture, were not the barbarians as often depicted by Roman narratives, but were instead wealthy, culturally rich societies with burgeoning urban centers that facilitated trade with Rome, including the exchange of iron, grain, and slaves for Roman luxuries like wine, as the Gauls had developed quite a taste for it. Despite their previous alliances with Rome, the Gauls' warrior culture, characterized by individual valor and a lack of the disciplined military structure that defined Roman legions, set the stage for conflict. The Gallic military structure, with its superior cavalry and longer swords, clashed with the Romans' strategic innovations, such as the transition from the maniple to the more cohesive cohort system, which bolstered Roman morale and overall combat effectiveness. The logistical challenge faced by the Romans, including the management of extensive baggage trains necessary for their campaigns, underscored the practical difficulties of sustaining prolonged military operations in foreign territories. Despite these challenges, the memory of the Gallic sackings of Rome several hundred years earlier and previous incursions into Italian territory only served to fuel Roman determination and justify the aggressive stance against the Gauls. This backdrop of mutual respect and historical enmity, coupled with Caesar's ambitions, set the stage for a series of campaigns that would not only reshape the power dynamics in the region, but also leave a permanent mark on the history of Roman military strategy and expansion. Julius Caesar, a figure on the rise in Roman politics and military, found himself deeply indebted following his tenure as consul in 59 BC, an office that, while prestigious, had placed him under significant financial strain. Basically, he was flat broke. In a bid to secure Rome's geopolitical interests and also his own financial recovery, Caesar engaged in strategic alliances and payments, notably to Ariovistus, the king of the Suebi, that was a Germanic tribe. Leveraging his position within the First Triumvirate, a powerful political alliance with Crassus and Pompey, Caesar secured the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum through the Lex Vatinia. The unexpected death of Metellus Celer, the governor of Transalpine Gaul, further expanded Caesar's jurisdiction, effectively granting him control over a crucial region at the heart of Rome's Gallic engagements. With an unprecedented 5-year term as proconsul, Caesar was well placed to launch extensive campaigns without the disruption of annual command changes. commanding 4 veteran legions with whom he had personal history from his time in Hispania Ulterior. Caesar was not only familiar with his forces, but also possessed the authority to raise additional troops if the need arose for it. And of course, the need was going to arise. His strategic assignments in northern Italy, a region dense with Roman citizens, facilitated his recruitment efforts for legionary service. Although burdened by a debt, Caesar's military ambitions were not initially focused on Gaul. He had considered a campaign in the Dacian kingdom in the Balkans. However, the opportunistic migration of Gallic tribes in 58 BC provided Caesar with a casus belli, a pretext for war, redirecting his focus towards Gaul and setting the stage for a series of confrontations that would not only aim to alleviate his financial difficulties, but also significantly alter the course of what we know as the Roman Gallic history. The commencement of the Gallic War was marked by Caesar's campaign against the Helvetii, a confederation of Gallic tribes residing in the Swiss plateau. These tribes, part of the advanced Latin culture, and known for their wealth and urbanized settlements, faced pressures from Germanic tribes, prompting plans for a mass migration to the Santon region of modern France. Their intended path, however, would lead them through territories that were allied to Rome, raising concerns among neighboring tribes, and of course Romans themselves, who preferred the Gauls as neighbors over the Germanic tribes. In 58 BC, the Helvetii initiated their migration by burning their villages and stores, a drastic measure to prevent any possibility of retreat. Upon reaching the boundaries of Transalpine Gaul, they sought Caesar's permission to cross through Roman territory. Caesar, who was then the governor of the region, entertained their request, using the time to muster his forces, before ultimately denying them passage. The Helvetii then opted to skirt Roman lands by moving north, which, while temporarily alleviating the immediate threat to Rome, prompted Caesar to pursue them, initiating hostilities without a real direct provocation. You see how Caesar was not as honorable as many people tend to believe he was. At least not very honorable to non-Romans. Well, you see, this action was emblematic of what some historians call an aggressive war of expansion, driven solely by Caesar's desire for political advancement. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Caesar's strategic delay allowed him to raise additional legions and auxiliaries, assembling a force of 24,000 to 30,000 troops. He intercepted the Helvetii at the Saone River, exploiting their vulnerable position during the river crossing to launch a surprise attack on those who had yet to cross. Following this initial encounter, Caesar meticulously pursued the Helvetii, avoiding direct engagement while waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The decisive Battle of Bibracte ensued, a grueling conflict where the Romans, utilizing tactical advantage of higher ground, faced a complex battle against the Helvetii and their new allies, the Boii and Tulingi. Despite being completely surrounded, a critical maneuver by Roman forces allowed them to confront the enemy on two fronts, leading to a significant victory for the Romans, characterized by the annihilation of the Helvetian fighting force and the merciless slaughter of their non-combatants. And when we say non-combatants, we mean civilians. Remember that this was a migration, not just soldiers on the march. So when threatened, of course, all of the fathers and sons kissed their wives and children goodbye and went ahead of the pack to face whatever threat may indeed do them in. After that, of course, the Romans dealt with the civilians in whatever brutal manner they deemed fit, whether that be sold into slavery, which most of the time it was, or simply just slaughtered, depending on the logistical situation. If you could get that many slaves back to Rome, put them in the slave markets and sell them off, well, of course you would. But this requires a lot of effort. But you couldn't just let them go, couldn't you? Thus is the horrors of the past. Moving on. In the aftermath, Caesar compelled the small amount of surviving Helvetii to simply return to their homeland, wanting them to serve as a buffer against further Germanic encroachments, take the brunt of the Germans' attacks, while the Romans could prepare. The purported discovery of a census detailing the Helveti's number, later claimed by Caesar to exaggerate their strength for propaganda purposes, underscored the calculated narrative of Caesar's reports. The site of this pivotal battle, Bibracte, not only bore witness to Caesar's military acumen, but also later emerged as a key location during the Gallic uprising led by Vercingetorix in 52 BC. We'll get to that soon. Despite the ultimate Roman victory and the subsequent abandonment of Bibracte, the campaign against the Helvetii encapsulated the broader themes of the Gallic War: the clash of cultures, the strategic and brutal realities of ancient warfare, and the politics driving Rome's expansionist agenda. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar shifted his focus to the Germanic Suebi, remember those guys, led by King Ariovistus, whom the Roman Senate had previously declared a friend and ally in 59 BC. It's funny how the Roman Senate can change their mind. Caesar's need for a legitimate war justification was met when a Gallic delegation, headed by Diviciacus of the Aedui, voiced their grievances against Ariovistus's aggressive conquests and the taking of hostages. Seizing this as an opportunity not only to protect Rome's allies, but also extend its dominion, Caesar prepared for conflict. The pretext for war was solidified by the harassment of the Aedui and the Harutes, allies of the Suebi, and reports of a significant Suebi force attempting to cross the Rhine into Gaul. Caesar preempted Ariovistus's plans to capture Vesontio, a major Sequani town, by marching there first. The initial diplomatic engagement between Caesar and Ariovistus, aimed at negotiating peace, broke down when Germanic horsemen decided it would be a good idea to attack Caesar's escort, violating the truce. It was not a very good idea. They should have thought that one through. A subsequent meeting turned sour as Ariovistus imprisoned Caesar's envoys. Well, all this managed to do was make Caesar even angrier. With Ariovistus strategically positioning his camp to cut off Caesar's supplies and communication lines, Caesar responded by constructing a second camp closer to the Suebi position, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. The battle that ensued saw Caesar's tactical prowess in full display, under the command of Caesar's legates, with Publius Crassus leading a pivotal cavalry charge. The Roman forces managed to turn the tide against the Suebi, driving their left flank back and causing the Germanic line to completely collapse. Caesar reported a staggering loss of life among Ariovistus's forces, with the Suebi king and the remnants of his army fleeing back across the Rhine, marking a decisive end to their story and their threat in Rome. See you next time, Germans. The campaign against the Suebi culminated in the battle where Roman discipline and strategy overcame the fierce but less organized Suebi warriors. It underscored Caesar's military acumen and his ambition to dominate Gaul. With the defeat of the Helvetii and the Suebi within a single year, Caesar had not only eliminated two of Rome's greatest threats, but also set the stage for his eventual takeover of Gaul, a feat that would significantly bolster his political and military stature back in Rome. In 57 BC, the ripple effect of Caesar's previous year's victories had set the stage for further conflict. Anticipating Caesar's ambition to conquer all of Gaul, many tribes sought alliances with Rome. While Caesar and his adversaries mobilized for the upcoming campaign. This year of 57 BC, Caesar embarked with a significantly bolstered force, fielding 32,000 to perhaps up to 40,000 men, aiming to confront the Belgae, a tribal confederation in modern-day Belgium. The Belgae had attacked a Roman allied tribe, prompting Caesar to take action. Despite an initial avoidance of direct confrontation by both sides, mainly due to logistical constraints, Caesar's strategic fortifications led the Belgic army to disband without a fight. Caesar's rapid movements became a critical advantage, as he laid siege to the Belgic oppidum of the Suessiones. Despite the Belgae's attempt to counter by sneaking back into the city, the Romans' unfamiliar siege tactics confused and overwhelmed them, leading to a panicked and swift surrender. Now this victory in particular set off a domino effect, with surrounding tribes being so frightened that they simply submitted to Roman power. However, not all were subdued. The Nervi, alongside the Atrebates and the Viromandoi, planned an ambush at the river Sambre, resulting in the Battle of Sabis. And this battle nearly ended in disaster for Caesar, due to a tactical oversight and the Nervi's surprise attack. The Romans, caught off guard and with legions unprepared, faced a critical moment. Caesar's personal intervention, rallying his troops by joining the front line himself, alongside the disciplined formation of the Roman legions, managed to turn the tide. Reinforcements, including the timely arrival of the 10th Legion and 2 additional legions, secured a hard-fought Roman victory. This battle underscores both the might of the Roman military machine, but also the peril of underestimating the Gallic tribes, a mistake that they will do their very best to learn from. We'll see how they go with that as we move forward. This campaign's success expanded Roman control, with most Germanic tribes submitting to Rome. Caesar's tactics, while nearly leading to defeat, ultimately reinforced his reputation as a formidable commander. The year concluded with Caesar addressing civil affairs in Transalpine Gaul and wintering his troops among the northern Gaulish tribes, further cementing Roman dominance. The substantial wealth acquired, notably from selling 53,000 Attuatuci into slavery, one of the smaller tribes, significantly contributed to Caesar's financial recovery and bolstered his political stature in Rome. Evidenced, of course, by an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving awarded by the Senate. Wow, 2 weeks off. Nobody gets that from their boss. This campaign not only showcased Caesar's military prowess, but really managed to show everybody that, strategically, he was a bit of a badass. Very impressive. The Gauls' resentment towards the Romans, of course, intensified after being coerced into supplying food for the Roman troops over the winter. Sort of like, well, we've just murdered half of your people. Now we'd like some dinner, please. Set the table. Tensions escalated when the Veneti, a seafaring tribe in northwest Gaul, captured Roman officers sent to requisition grain, setting the stage for a notable confrontation. Anticipating Rome's retaliation, the Veneti, skilled in Atlantic naval warfare, prepared by allying with Armorican tribes, fortifying their settlements, and assembling a rather impressive fleet. Their ships, designed for the tumultuous Atlantic, contrasted sharply with the Roman vessels, which were ill-suited for such conditions, primarily relying on oarsmen instead of sails. Recognizing the necessity of a naval strategy, Caesar commissioned the construction of a new fleet under Decimus Brutus's command, recruiting oarsmen from Gaul's conquered regions. This move, along with the dispatch of legions of cavalry to various parts of Gaul, indicated ongoing unrest and the threat of rebellion. This stood in a stark contrast to Caesar's previous claims of peace, which were, at this point, very well and truly out the window. Now, this campaign against the Veneti showcased the challenges Rome faced in adapting to naval warfare, especially the naval warfare that was required in the Atlantic. After all, when you're marching up to Gaul, you don't really expect a fight on the seas. The Veneti's ability to evacuate their hill forts by sea, and their initial confinement of the Roman fleet to harbor, underscored the difficulties Rome encountered. However, of course, the tide turned when the Roman fleet, leveraging its newly constructed ships, engaged the Veneti off the coast of Brittany. Despite the Veneti's numerical superiority and the robust construction of their ships, the Romans capitalized on a simple yet effective technological advantage. They had grappling hooks. Pretty cool, huh? These hooks not only disabled the Veneti's sails, but also facilitated boarding actions, allowing the Roman soldiers to overpower the Gauls, sword to sword. Well, if the sailors even had swords to fight back. Well, they probably would have been using spears if we want to get technical, but okay. The defeat of the Veneti led to their surrender, with Caesar executing the tribal elders and enslaving the population, demonstrating the harsh consequences of opposing Rome. This victory over the Veneti allowed Caesar to shift focus to other coastal tribes. Of course, now they had the new boats and the cool grappling hooks. Nobody was going to see that coming. All of this signaled his relentless pursuit of dominance over Gaul, and showcased a great amount of adaptability, along with the usual Roman ruthlessness. Following Caesar's victories over the Veneti, his attention turned to pacifying regions under his control. Sabinus, stationed in Normandy, faced a coalition of tribes including the Lexovi, Coriosolites, and the Venelli. Their ill-fated attempt to assault Sabinus's fortified position left them vulnerable, resulting in their defeat and subsequent surrender. Sabinus's strategic acumen secured Roman dominance over the region of Normandy. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates, Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Roman control extended over southwest Gaul. Meanwhile, Publius Crassus encountered significant resistance in Aquitania, where tribes had adopted guerrilla tactics learned from their previous conflicts. The rebels, including the Vocates and the Tarasates, adeptly targeted Roman supply lines and avoided direct engagement. However, Crassus devised a cunning plan to outmaneuver them, surprising the Gallic encampment and inflicting a decisive blow that led to their surrender. With Aquitania subdued, Rome could add southwest Gaul under its sphere of control. Parallel to this, Caesar's attempts to subdue coastal tribes had met a few challenges. Despite Roman superiority in conventional warfare, the elusive tribes exploited their knowledge of the terrain to avoid direct confrontation. Hindered by adverse weather conditions, Caesar's forces resorted to raiding, unable to decisively engage the invasive tribes. Recognizing the limitations of continued pursuit, Caesar chose to withdraw for the winter, albeit with unresolved conflicts that would influence future campaigns. Amidst military endeavors, Caesar's political acumen remained evident. The Lucca Conference, a pivotal gathering where he secured political concessions in exchange for extending his governorship, underscored his skill in coalition building. Furthermore, Caesar's audacious feats in 55 BC, notably the unprecedented crossing of the Rhine and the inaugural Roman expedition to Britain, were driven by a quest for prestige and publicity. Despite minimal territorial gains, these endeavors showcased his leadership and made him very popular back in Rome. Widespread acclaim. The meticulous documentation of these exploits in Caesar's Commentari de Bello Gallico, or Commentaries on the Gallic War, cemented his heroic image and bolstered his political standing. But remember, this was written from the Roman perspective, so it tended to make the Romans look like they were just absolutely wrecking the Gauls. Yeah, it was a little one-sided. But please do yourself a favor and go and buy the book. Don't buy it off Amazon. Go to a bookstore, support the small businesses. Well, do whatever you want. Just buy the damn book. So upon his triumphant return, Caesar was hailed as a hero and accorded a remarkable 20-day Thanksgiving. Last time it was just 14. This was an unprecedented honor that underscored even more about his growing influence in Roman politics. Thus, while the campaigns of 55 BC posed formidable challenges, Caesar's strategic prowess, partnered with his political savvy, ensured continued momentum towards his ambitions in Gaul and beyond. The next year, in 54 BC, Caesar's approach towards Britain was far more comprehensive and ultimately successful than his initial expedition the year before. Over the winter, new ships were built, and Caesar embarked on this campaign with a formidable force consisting of 5 legions and 20,000 cavalry. Leaving the rest of his army in Gaul to maintain order, Caesar set sail for Britain. Notably, he brought along a significant number of Gallic chiefs whom he considered untrustworthy, indicating that his conquest of Gaul was not yet complete, as evidenced by the late-year revolts in the region. I think that's a little funny, actually. He brings them all along with him so they won't mess anything up while he's gone. They can't launch rebellions if they're sleeping in the same room as him. My goodness. Well, upon landing in Britain, Caesar encountered little resistance initially. However, the Britons, led by Cassivellaunus, the king of the Catubellani, employed those guerrilla tactics to avoid direct confrontation. While despite their superior mobility, the Britons suffered a significant defeat when they attacked a Roman foraging party and were repelled with heavy losses. Following this setback, many tribes surrendered and offered tribute to Caesar. The Romans eventually made a direct assault on Cassivellaunus's stronghold, compelling him to surrender and agree to a payment of grain, slaves, and an annual tribute to Rome. Despite Britain's lack of significant wealth, Caesar's invasion marked a significant achievement, as the Britons were effectively brought under Roman subjugation. Meanwhile, back on the continent, Caesar faced challenges as Gallic unrest erupted due to failed harvests. People seem to get cranky when they're hungry, right? The Eburones, led by Ambiorix, rebelled against Roman authority and ambushed a legion and 5 cohorts commanded by Sabinus and Lucius Cotta. Exploiting Sabinus's credulity, Ambiorix convinced him to abandon his camp, leading to a disastrous ambush in which both Sabinus and Cotta were killed. This defeat ignited further rebellion among the Nervi, Attuatucci, and their allies, who got together one afternoon and besieged the camp of Quintus Cicero. Cicero, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fortified his camp and attempted to send a message to Caesar for assistance. Enduring a relentless siege, Caesar's legion faced overwhelming odds until Caesar, upon receiving the distress call, swiftly marched to relieve the siege. Overcoming significant challenges, including hostile terrain and enemy resistance, the forces of Caesar successfully rescued Cicero's besieged legion, albeit at a significant casualty rate. Cicero was lauded by Caesars for his resilience and bravery in the face of adversity, and this cemented his reputation as a skilled commander and leader. Overall, the events of 54 BC underscored Caesar's strategic acumen and military prowess, as he successfully navigated both challenges in Britain and Gaul. It was a pretty good year, despite all of the losses in that rebellion. Well, at least everyone who was considered an important guy, a main character, well, at least they got to live on another day. Now, it couldn't be all good news. The winter uprising of 54 BC dealt a significant blow to the Romans, resulting in the loss of one legion entirely and nearly destroying another. Womp womp. This debacle exposed the vulnerability of Roman control over Gaul, prompting Caesar to launch a campaign aimed at a complete subjugation of the region and preempting future resistance. Certainly had an axe to grind now. Despite being down to 7 legions, Caesar bolstered his forces by recruiting 2 more legions and borrowing one from Pompey. This brought his army to between 40 and 50,000 men. Not a bad number. Launching his brutal campaign early, before the weather had fully warmed, Caesar had adopted a non-traditional strategy focused on demoralizing populations and attacking civilians. And they probably wouldn't have expected an attack so early, as Romans always waited for the winter to be over. Starting early certainly caught a lot of people off guard. He targeted the nervy initially, employing tactics such as raiding, burning villages, and plundering of livestock. They also captured countless prisoners. The relentless onslaught quickly broke the spirit of the nervy, and within a very short time, they just surrendered to the Romans. With the onset of the full campaign season, Caesar executed a surprise attack on the Senones, catching them off guard and compelling their surrender. He then turned his attention to the Menapi, employing the same strategy of relentless raiding, which proved equally effective. They surrendered too, just like pretty much everybody else. Meanwhile, Caesar's lieutenant Titus Labienus faced a formidable challenge in the lands of the Treveri, who had received promises of aid from Germanic tribes. With a relatively small force at his disposal, Labienus cleverly baited the Treveri into attacking on his terms, feigning a withdrawal, and then engaging them when they were exhausted from ascending a hill. The swift defeat of the Treveri led to their surrender, as well as a widespread capitulation among other tribes within Belgium, including the Eburones under the leader Ambiorix. Seeking retribution against the German tribes for their support for the Gauls, Caesar led his legions across the Rhine once more, constructing a bridge solely for this purpose. However, logistical challenges forced him to withdraw, avoiding engagement with the formidable Suebi. Nonetheless, Caesar's retaliatory campaign inflicted widespread surrender and devastation across northern Gaul, with entire regions completely steamrolled by Roman forces. Better luck next year. As the year drew to a close, Caesar stationed 6 legions in strategic locations to prevent a repeat of the previous winter's uprising. Despite his efforts to secure control through garrisons, the brutality of Caesar's actions throughout the year made it clear that another uprising could not entirely be prevented by military presence alone. In 52 BC, and this is where it gets pretty interesting, the Gallic tribes faced existential concerns. that culminated in a widespread revolt against Roman rule, a scenario that had long been feared by Roman authorities had finally come true. The harsh campaigns of the previous year had left the Gauls fearful for their prosperity, and Caesar's announcement that Gaul was now being treated as a Roman province, subject to Roman laws and religion, well, that was just not on, and it heightened their apprehensions significantly. Of particular concern was the potential destruction of the Gallic Holy Land, overseen by the Carnutes, where the Druids convened annually to mediate between the tribes. The threat to their sacred territory served as a rallying point, finally uniting the Gauls under the charismatic leadership of Vercingetorix, the king of the Arverni tribe. Upon hearing news of the revolt, Caesar hastily returned to Gaul from Rome, aiming to quell the uprising before it spread any further. He first moved to defend Provence, and then advanced to Agadincum to confront the Gallic forces. Caesar's strategic maneuvering included capturing several oppida for food, forcing Vercingetorix to withdraw from his siege of the Boii capital. Recognizing Rome's supply shortages due to the winter conditions, Vercingetorix adopted a strategy of starvation, avoiding direct confrontation and instead raiding foraging parties and supply trains. As the stalemate continued, Caesar besieged the oppidum of Avaricum, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge. Despite initial reluctance, Vercingetorix defended Avaricum at the urging of the Pyrrhic Cubi. The Gauls fiercely resisted Caesar's siege efforts, but ultimately the Romans breached the walls and captured the settlement, inflicting heavy casualties. The defeat at Avaricum failed to fracture the Gallic coalition, however, and Vercingetorix rallied them. Quite a charismatic leader, this Vercingetorix. I have made a whole video on him if you want to go and have a look. It's an older one, though. Vercingetorix retreated to Gergovia, his tribe's capital, to mount a proper defense against Caesar's forces. In the ensuing Battle of Gergovia, Caesar's assault on the settlement ended in a clear defeat for the Romans. Despite Caesar's claim of ordering a retreat, the battle resulted in significant Roman casualties and quite a boost to Vercingetorix's cause, attracting more Gallic tribes to join the rebellion. Of course, when you start beating the Romans, people sort of get a morale boost, don't they? Word was spreading that the unbeatable army could be beaten. Well, as for the Romans, despite the setbacks, they managed to enlist support from numerous Germanic tribes. Of course, this is all very complex. They had people in all different pockets of the region, some joining the rebellion, others remaining loyal to the Romans, mostly out of fear or perhaps economics. Well, after the victory at Gergovia, Vercingetorix made the strategic decision to defend the Mandubi oppidum of Alesia, marking the beginning of the famous Siege of Alesia. With an estimated force of 70,000 to 100,000 warriors at his disposal, Vercingetorix intended to use the city of Alesia as a trap to ensnare the Romans in a pincer attack while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Caesar, recognizing that a direct assault on the Gauls was no longer a feasible option after the setback at Gergovia, he rather opted for a siege strategy to slowly but surely starve out the defenders. Despite the intensity of Roman siege preparations, including the construction of impressive fortifications covering some 25 miles, Vercingetorix's call for a relieving army was quickly answered. The Gauls then launched coordinated attacks from both within and outside the settlement, but the Roman defenses held firm. Although modern archaeology suggests that Caesar's descriptions of the siege works may have been exaggerated, it is evident that the Romans employed sophisticated defensive measures, leveraging the terrain to their advantage. As the siege wore on, it became very apparent to the Gauls that they could not overcome the Roman fortifications. The relieving army, unable to break the Roman lines, gradually just dispersed, leaving the Roman defenders isolated. Recognizing the futility of further resistance, Vercingetorix chose to surrender to Caesar. He did this on the proviso that if he was going to surrender, perhaps his people would gain some mercy. Either way, this effectively signaled the end of the Gallic revolt. Caesar, having decisively crushed the rebellion, deployed his legions to winter across the lands of the defeated tribes to prevent any resurgence of resistance. But I think most of the Gauls were pretty down on the idea by this point. He also dispatched troops to protect the Remi, staunch allies of Rome throughout the campaign. However, small pockets of resistance did persist, indicating that Caesar's full pacification of southwest Gaul was not quite complete. In the spring of 51 BC, Caesar's legions campaigned among the Belgic tribes to quell any potential uprisings, ultimately restoring peace to the region. However, in southwest Gaul, two chiefs named Drapes and Lucterius remained openly hostile to Roman authority, fortifying the formidable Cadurci opium of Uxellodunum. Gaius Caninus Rebilus led the siege of Ulexanonum, employing a strategic focus on building a series of camps, a circumvallation, and also disrupting Gallic access to things like water and other supplies. Roman engineers dug tunnels to divert the spring that fed the city. Despite the Gauls' attempts to burn down the Roman siege works, when the Gauls, unaware of the Roman actions, saw the spring dry up, they actually interpreted it as a sign from the gods, and subsequently surrendered. Caesar, instead of ordering a massacre, chose to set an example by cutting off the hands of the defenders. Need a hand? Following the victory at Uxellodunum, Caesar's legions were once again wintered in Gaul, encountering minimal unrest, as all the tribes had surrendered to Roman authority. Therefore, very little campaigning took place in 50 BC. The conclusion of the Gallic Wars marked a monumental achievement for Caesar, who had conquered all of Gaul and part of Britain within the space of 8 years. His victories brought him immense wealth and legendary status. The Gallic Wars not only laid the groundwork for Caesar's subsequent civil war and dictatorship, but also had profound implications for the Roman Republic's eventual downfall and the rise of the empire. Despite the lack of a clear end date for the Gallic Wars, Caesar's conquest of Gaul ushered in almost 5 centuries of Roman rule in the region. Gaul was not formally incorporated into the Roman Empire during Caesar's time, and subsequent rebellions did occur. However, Gaul did eventually become a Roman province, or at least separate provinces, under Emperor Augustus in 27 BC. Roman rule had significant cultural and historical impacts, introducing Latin, the language of the Romans, which evolved into Old French, influencing the modern French language. Furthermore, Caesar's conquest of Gaul paved the way for further Roman expansion into northwestern Europe, including parts of Germania, but they didn't get too far across the Rhine. Roman hegemony in Gaul endured, with few interruptions, until the crossing of the Rhine in 406 AD marked the beginning of significant changes. Well, those Germans eventually got their own back on Rome, but that is a topic for another video. Thank you once again for joining me. A little bit longer this one, wasn't it? But it's a topic that deserves our attention and demands my work. If you like the channel, like the video and subscribe and leave your comments down below. And if you really like the channel, go check me out on Patreon. I wish you all the best. Thank you once again for listening. I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everybody. In the heart of the ancient Teutoburg Forest, history bore witness to a cataclysmic clash that would echo through the ages. It was here, on a fateful day in 9 AD, that the Roman legions led by Varus met their match in a cunning and relentless foe. Arrayed against them stood an alliance of Germanic tribes, united under the leadership of the indomitable Arminius. He, once a trusted officer within the Roman ranks, had mastered the art of deception, having imbibed the knowledge of Roman tactics and strategy. With meticulous planning and unwavering resolve, he lured Varus and his legions into a deadly trap, ensnaring them in the dense thickets of the forest. The Varian disaster, as it came to be known in the annals of Roman history, marked a turning point of unparalleled significance, shattering the illusion of invincibility that had long surrounded the Roman legions. Hello everyone, welcome to ASMR Historian. I am your host. If you'd like to support the channel, why not consider looking at my Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, you can support the channel by helping me in the algorithm, by subscribing, liking, and leaving your comments down below. Without further ado, let's begin our video for today, the battle and the legacy of Teutoburg Forest. Let's start from the beginning and set the scene so we can understand what led to this catastrophic event. In the wake of Julius Caesar's Gallic conquests, the Roman Republic stood as a formidable force in the 1st century BC, extending its dominion over vast territories in Western Europe. However, amidst the triumphs of Caesar's campaigns, the Germanic tribes across the Rhine posed a persistent challenge to Roman expansion. Despite Caesar's forays into Germania, notably crossing the Rhine on 2 occasions, the elusive nature of the German warriors and their guerrilla tactics stymied Roman efforts to assert dominance in the region. Following the turmoil of Caesar's assassination in 44 and the subsequent power struggles in Rome, attention shifted away from continental Europe, leaving the Gauls vulnerable to internal strife and external threats. It was not until the rise of Octavian, later known as Augustus, and the establishment of the Roman Empire in 27 BC that Gaul once again became a focal point of Roman attention. Augustus's reorganization of Gaul into smaller provinces highlighted the strategic significance of the Rhine as a buffer against Germanic incursions. Although Rome's precise policy towards the Germanic tribes still remains ambiguous. The Roman defeat in the Lullian disaster of 16 BC served as a sobering reminder of the challenges posed by the Germanic tribes. In response, Augustus embarked on a concerted effort to subdue the restless frontier, appointing his stepson Drusus as the new governor of Gaul. Drusus then launched a series of successful campaigns against the Germanic tribes from 11 to 9 BC, earning a string of victories despite facing formidable obstacles. However, Drusus's sudden death in 9 BC all but halted Roman expansion into Germanic territory, leaving his brother, Tiberius, to inherit the mantle of command. Tiberius continued his brother's efforts to consolidate Roman control in Germany, confronting local uprisings and extending Roman influence up to the Elbe River. Despite these achievements, Tiberius's fall from favor and subsequent voluntary exile in 6 BC marked a turning point in Roman policy towards Germania. He was succeeded by Lucius Domitius Arnobarus, who subdued further uprisings and became the first Roman general to cross the Elbe River. As the new century approached, Rome's relations with the Germanic tribes remained complex, characterized by a delicate balance of diplomacy and, when needed, military force. In the early days of 6 AD, the Roman Empire mobilized a formidable force under the command of Saturninus and consul Aemilius Lepidus. This massive army, comprising of 13 legions with their accompanying personnel, totaling around 100,000 men, was deployed against Maroboduus, the king of the Marcomanni, a prominent tribe of the Suebi. However, Tiberius, who had been overseeing operations in Germania, was compelled to divert his attention to quell the Bellum Battanianum, also known as the Great Illyrian Revolt that had erupted in the Balkans. Amidst these tumultuous events, Arminius, a trusted advisor to Varus, clandestinely orchestrated a coalition of Germanic tribes, including traditional rivals like Cherusci, Marsi, Chatti, and Bructeri. Despite outward appearances of submission to Roman authority, these tribes seethed with resentment over perceived Roman oppression and brutality. With meticulous planning and patient coordination, Arminius cultivated this simmering discontent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against Varus and his outnumbered legions. As Varus led his forces from their summer encampments towards winter headquarters near the Rhine, reports of a localized rebellion, engineered by Arminius, reached his ears. Unaware of the broader conspiracy brewing against him, Varus heeded the call to suppress what he believed to be a minor uprising, unwittingly walking into a meticulously laid trap set by his erstwhile ally. Publius Quintilius Varus, the central figure in the Varian disaster, rose through the ranks of the Roman Empire with notable swiftness and distinction. So let's understand a little bit about him first, before we go on. His ascent began when Emperor Augustus appointed him as quaestor in 22 BC, a remarkable achievement, considering the usual age requirement of 30 for such a coveted position. Varus's subsequent military career saw him commanding the 19th Legion in 15th BC and attaining the position of junior consul. His administrative talents were further recognized with appointments as governor of Africa in 8 BC and later of Syria in 7 BC, a prestigious but challenging role amidst the complex political landscape of the Eastern Empire and its chaotic border regions. Well, despite the complexities of governing Syria, Varus demonstrated his capability by effectively addressing the succession crisis following the death of Herod the Great in 4 BC. However, contemporary accounts offer divergent assessments of his governance, with Josephus portraying Varus favorably, while Patroclus implies corruption during his tenure. Varus's marriage to the emperor's great niece solidified his position within the imperial circle, leading to his eventual appointment to command in Germania in 7 AD. Varus's reputation extended far beyond the borders of the empire, characterized by both fear among the populace and respect from the Roman Senate. Commanding several legions along the Rhine, Varus wielded significant military authority. These legions, formerly under the leadership of Saturninus, were stationed at Castrum Moguntiacum, while Varus's nephew Asprenas likely led the other 2 legions in winter quarters. Varus's initial command in Germania comprised a formidable force, consisting of 5 legions alongside auxiliaries. During the early imperial period, each legion boasted approximately 4,800 men, supported by 120 light escort or scouting cavalry. With engineers, officers, and non-combatant servants included, a legion typically totaled around 5,000 fighting men. Varus's command of approximately 25,000 soldiers, excluding auxiliaries, constituted about 20% of the Roman frontline army. Now, however, despite the exact number of troops under Varus's command during the Battle of Teutoburg Forest remains uncertain, with estimates ranging from 20 to 30,000. At the time of the battle, only 3 legions, totaling approximately 50,000 men, remained under Varus's leadership, accompanied by 9 small auxiliary units comprising of about 4,500. Winter attrition, including casualties and illness, likely diminished the legion's strength. It was a German winter too, wasn't an Italian winter. 2 different things. While some historians, like Cassius Dio, suggest a significant civilian presence in the camp, others find this improbable due to recent military reforms that discouraged legionaries from bringing their families. It seems pretty obvious to me why you would not want to bring your family to the front line of the Germanic rebellions. But it was a different time back then. Well, despite variations in troop numbers, the main Roman army maintained a high level of professionalism and was outfitted with standardized weapons and armor by the state. This equipment typically included a gladius short sword, a large shield, a pilum javelin, a helmet, a mail shirt, and segmented armor. Conversely, auxiliary units relied on equipment and fighting styles reflective of their homelands, placing them on par with the Germanic troops that they encountered. Now, on to Arminius. We're going to learn a little bit about the other main character in this story. Arminius, hailing from the Cherusci tribe, emerged as the leader of the Germanic coalition. His unique background positioned him well to comprehend Roman tactics and strategy. Captured by the Romans at a young age after Drusus's victory over his tribe in 8 BC, Arminius received an aristocratic education in Rome, eventually joining the Roman cavalry and commanding auxiliaries by 4 AD. Pretty impressive, don't you think? Despite his Roman affiliations, Arminius maintained ties to his beloved homeland in Germania. Well, you can take the boy out of Germania, but not the Germania out of the boy. Two pivotal events shaped Arminius's perception of Roman capabilities. A Cherusci ambush against Drusus in 11 BC, and Drusus's subsequent victory over the Cherusci in 8 BC. From these encounters, Arminius gleaned a crucial lesson. While the Romans could be defeated, their tactical adaptability and discipline posed formidable challenges. It was not going to be easy. The size of Arminius's forces remains a major matter of conjecture due to the absence of written records. Estimates vary widely, with historians proposing figures ranging from 17,000 all the way up to 100,000 troops. Despite their varied origins, these Germanic warriors possessed combat experience, albeit lacking the standardized equipment of the Roman legions. While some fighters wielded heavy spears and javelins, many relied on basic shields and hunting weapons, with armor a rare commodity, acquired primarily from defeated Romans or through service as Roman auxiliaries. Well, with all this, the stage was set for a straightforward campaign as winter loosened its grip in 9 AD. Varus was unaware of the impending betrayal, and he meticulously planned the expedition. The rendezvous point was Vetera, situated in present-day Xanten, Germany. From there, the Roman forces would traverse the Rhine, replenishing garrisons along the route as they advanced into Cherusci territory. Their objective: to establish a summer encampment within what was believed to be pacified Cherusci lands, laying the groundwork for further operations in the region. Little did Varus know that he had already fallen into a trap. Arminius, his trusted confidant, had orchestrated this cunning deception. Under the guise of cooperation, Arminius manipulated Varus into positioning the Roman army within the heart of Cherusci territory, offering a strategic advantage to the German tribes. Pretty clever, huh? Arminius needs to get more credit, I think. As the Romans embarked on their return journey to winter quarters, they would be vulnerable to ambush in terrain that favored Arminius. The timing of Arminius's betrayal remains a little mysterious, whether seeded during his years as a Roman hostage or solidified during his service alongside Varus in Germania. No one really knows. Nonetheless, by early 9 AD, Arminius had initiated a web of deceit, rallying Germanic chieftains to his clandestine cause. You know, he's winning me over. I like this Arminius. Can you imagine? You are taken away from everything you've known and loved, brought into what everybody tells you is civilization, told to forget who you are, become the enemy, fight with the Romans against your own people, and they think that you're just going to accept this? You've got to be joking. Certainly Arminius knows how to bide his time and get payback. There's a saying in Mandarin that I like. 君子报仇，10年不晚. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long to wait. Hell yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. Anticipating the inevitable Roman reprisal, Arminius sought to unite disparate tribes, bracing for what could potentially evolve into a prolonged conflict against the formidable Roman war machine. The time had come. As the Roman army emerged from winter hibernation in March, they dutifully executed Varus's strategy, albeit amidst logistical hurdles and a notable lack of vigilance. The precise location of the summer encampment remains obscured by the veil of time, likely nestled near or around modern-day Minden in Germany. Historical accounts depict Varus's summer demeanor as more administrative than martial, focusing on diplomatic engagements rather than military maneuvers. However, some historians scrutinize these narratives, citing biases from within his own chronicles, particularly Paterculus's contentious portrayal of Varus. Nevertheless, for these legionaries, the season unfolded in a routine blend of drills and infrastructure projects, fortifying roads and defenses. Meanwhile, Arminius strategically embedded within Rome ranks alongside his auxiliaries, patiently awaiting his moment to strike. In July, he set his plan into motion, instigating raids on Roman outposts while subtly engineering divisions from within the Roman forces. Exploiting the Roman commander's trust, Arminius orchestrated betrayals within the ranks, leveraging his insider status to sow chaos. Despite a momentary tip-off by Arminius's own father-in-law, Segestus, Varus dismissed the warning, his judgment clouded by personal animosities and political intrigue. Don't trust the in-laws, no matter what you do. As late summer gave way to September, mounting unrest became the principal concern for Varus and his advisors. Sensing the narrow window of opportunity, some counselors cautioned against attempting to quell the rebellion, while also securing a safe return to winter quarters. Such a retreat along the familiar route would likely evade any concerted German resistance. However, in a daring move, Arminius proposed an alternative course, a campaign against the Angrivari. By traversing their territory, the Romans could both shorten their homeward journey and suppress the uprising. Varus, perhaps emboldened by the prospect of action after a pretty monotonous summer, opted to heed Arminius's counsel. On the dawn of September 7th, 9 AD, the Roman legions rallied for departure. Their ranks swelled with anticipation. Coinciding with the third payday of the year, the distribution of coins among the troops would later serve as a poignant marker for archaeologists discovering the battlefield. Buoyed by his promises of sanctioned looting during the Angrivari campaign, morale was surging within the ranks. Everyone was looking forward to having a big old party. That evening, Arminius bid farewell to Varus, under the pretext of mustering Cherusci auxiliaries, pledging to rejoin the main force in a matter of days. "Don't worry, Varus, I'll be back soon." Unbeknownst to Varus, this encounter marked their final meeting. With the departure of Arminius, a significant portion of the Roman contingent was lost, severely impeding their reconnaissance capabilities. Meanwhile, Arminius hastened northward to rally the Angrivari and Bructeri tribes to his cause. As the morning of September 8 dawned, the Roman legions broke camp and resumed their march through the dense forest, their progress hindered by the thick foliage that stretched out for miles and miles. Arminius, orchestrating the unfolding tragedy, orchestrated a series of coordinated attacks by his Bructeri allies, targeting the Roman column along its extended length. The onslaught, launched in the late morning, had the objective of exhausting the Romans and inflicting maximum damage to their supplies as javelins rained down on the beleaguered troops. With the Roman line stretched perilously thin over a distance of 15 to 20 kilometers, the Germanic warriors, armed with a variety of weapons including swords, long lances, and narrow-bladed short spears, quietly encircled the entire army. The skirmish was fierce, but brief, the attackers swiftly withdrawing after achieving their objectives, likely accompanied by the embedded Cherusci spies. That's right. There were many people marching with the Romans, waiting for the signal. Well, once they all ran away, the spies went with them. As if by a cruel twist of fate, a torrential downpour added to the Romans' woes, halting their advance. Varus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ordered the construction of a fortified camp and convened a war council. Though casualty reports indicated relatively light losses, the vulnerability of the baggage trains, and not to mention the scout cavalry, was clearly evident. Under the cover of night, the Romans attempted a desperate escape, only to stumble into yet another trap set by Arminius near Calchris Hill. The terrain, with its narrow strip of open ground flanked by woods and swampland, offered very little respite. The Germanic alliance, exploiting the natural barriers and fortified positions, launched relentless waves of assaults on the disoriented Roman forces. Amidst the chaos, Varus drew his last breath, choosing to take his own life rather than face capture or defeat. Other Roman commanders, including Prefectus Caonius and Prefectus Aegius, met similar fates, either falling in battle or succumbing to the culminated despair of their doomed cause. The aftermath of the Battle of Teutoburg Forest was nothing short of catastrophic for the Roman forces, with casualties estimated to be between 15,000 to 20,000. Many Roman officers, faced with that grim reality of defeat, chose to fall on their swords in accordance with Roman tradition. It was the style at the time. Tacitus grimly recounts how some officers met a grisly fate, becoming sacrificial victims in the indigenous religious ceremonies of the Germanic forces, their bodies cooked in pots, and their bones used for rituals for many years later. Others were subjected to ransom, while some common soldiers were likely enslaved by their victorious foes. Roman accounts paint a vivid picture of the utter devastation suffered by the legions, with archaeological findings at Calchris revealing approximately 6,000 pieces of Roman equipment, compared to just a single clearly Germanic artifact, indicating the severity of the Roman losses. It was not simply a loss for the Romans. It was a red-ass beatdown that they will never forget. However, the absence of substantial German relics can be attributed to their practice of removing the bodies of their fallen comrades from the battlefield and burying them along with their battle gear. So maybe the Romans did manage to take a few of them out. Moreover, many Germanic soldiers, possibly numbering in the thousands, had deserted and donned Roman armor, further complicating the identifications of combatants in archaeological excavations. And do remember that, as we had already mentioned, the Germanic forces, if they were wearing armor, well, it was probably Roman armor. So from previous skirmishes, they may have geared up in Roman attire. I'm sure that was rather confusing for the Romans, trying to figure out who was one of theirs. In the wake of their triumph, the Germanic coalition swiftly swept through all Roman forts, garrisons, and cities east of the Rhine, asserting their dominance over the region. The remaining Roman legions in Germania, led by Varus's nephew, Lucius Nonius Asprenas focused their efforts on fortifying positions along the Rhine to stem further incursions. Despite facing prolonged sieges, forts like Aliso, in present-day Haltern am See, managed to hold out for several weeks, if not months. Ultimately, the garrison under Lucius Caedicius, reinforced by survivors from the Teutoburg Forest, successfully broke through the encirclement and reached the safety of the Rhine. Their valiant resistance brought enough time for Nonius Asprenas to organize the Roman defense along the Rhine with 2 legions, supported by the arrival of Tiberius with a fresh army. Together, they thwarted Arminius's ambitions of crossing the Rhine and launching an invasion into Gaul. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest sent shockwaves throughout the Roman Empire, leaving Emperor Augustus profoundly shaken, literally shaking. According to the accounts of the Roman historian Suetonius in the 12 Caesars, Augustus was so distraught upon hearing of the defeat that he was seen in a panicked state, pacing back and forth, repeatedly shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The loss was a devastating blow, not only militarily, but also symbolically, marking the abrupt end of the triumphant Roman expansion that had characterized the period following the end of the Civil War 4 decades earlier. Of course, word was getting around, too, that the Romans were not as tough as perhaps thought. Well, they were still pretty tough. It took a while for them to fall, but eventually they did. We'll get to that in another video soon. In the aftermath of the disaster, the Roman Empire underwent a significant re-evaluation of its military strategy. Tiberius, Augustus's stepson, assumed effective control and began preparations for the continuation of the war effort. Legions 17, 18, and 19, which had suffered such catastrophic losses, were never reconstituted. Womp womp. A stark departure from the Roman practice of re-establishing legions even after a defeat. Maybe they thought the name was bad luck. Instead, Legio II Augusta and 20 Valeria Victrix, along with 13th Gemina, were dispatched to the Rhine to replace the lost legions and reinforce the frontier defenses, getting ready for the next fight. And there is always a next fight. For what is our history, besides the continued tapestry of conflicts and atrocities? More to come, of course. Well, what can we learn from all of this? I suppose, if anything, we can look at it from the German perspective first. How long can we plan for revenge? Is it ever too late to take it back? And what about the Roman perspective? How close should we keep our friends? Are they really friends, or are they simply enemies in disguise? Perhaps we can all look at our own circle of friends and try to examine very closely if there is an Arminius hiding. Well, thank you very much for listening. I really had fun recording that. I thought that was a great story, if I do say so myself. If you enjoyed it, how about you subscribe to the channel? I'm trying to push to 3,000 this month. Ooh, glorious day that I receive the 5,000. So tell your friends about me. Otherwise, continue to enjoy the historical content that I'm pushing out with the utmost enjoyment. I'm the ASMR Historian. It's been a pleasure. See you in the next video, and good night.